Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome back to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. This is where we can explore the knowledge of the universe, universal knowledge. I never thought this knowledge existed, but it's the same in the American Knowledge Team as the African Knowledge Team, as the Brazil Knowledge Team, as the French Knowledge Team, as the English Knowledge Team, as the Russian Knowledge Team. It's a universal knowledge, and apparently this is essential for all of us to understand that, again, we don't get fooled here on this planet or anywhere across the universe. So welcome, everyone. And of course, we saw this coin called the Keshe coin. It's a gaming coin at this point, but as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, it's going to be backed by gold. So I don't know why a gaming coin would be backed by gold. And again, the storehouse being the universe, and it'll be manufactured as needed. Many exciting things happening in and around the Keshe Foundation, even though we only know about 5% of the work of the Keshe Foundation, it's quite exciting and quite revealing as we're being positioned in a way not to be fooled by any sort of experience we have in the universe or on this planet, that will continue to understand the matter state of the plasma as well as the energy state of the plasma. And therefore, no scenario will baffle us. And of course, we already probably know a bit more than the space agencies. Apparently, they're baffled by some of this, and we may become baffled too if these entities appear on this planet with godlike or magician-like powers. But again, we understand the science, or partially understand it, but as Mr. Keshe said, it's going to take more than all of us to unravel this knowledge. And again, these entities appear to be peaceful, and they have, as he said in this last workshop, more morals than humanity ever had. So we'll have to see. And one of those examples was that they interacted behind the sun and not on this side of the sun. Of course, we haven't heard much about the other actor in this, which was called the Swan R2, but we will. So today I'd like to cover a bit of the workshop, certainly the announcements, this revolutionary announcement of Mark Ray Corporation and its international impact in a way, and some of the points that was mentioned in this. Of course, that's all part of the announcements, which we'll play, and then perhaps we'll pull that up. Some of the workshop and some of the, as he said, some of the research centers, 2 research centers have already been, I guess, spoken for by the Keshe Foundation, whether they're functional, but this has also happened in the background. So as usual, Mr. Keshe does keep much, in a way, hidden from the public or from those who would like to interfere with the work of the foundation, but yet we're learning more and more, and what we're learning is just beyond man's knowledge. So we're being positioned, as he said, those taking place in transmutation testing and other probably knowledge seekers workshops are getting positioned for some sort of interaction if these visitors disperse certain fields, apparently. We'll start to feel and have an interaction. Again, I don't know everything. As he said, if I told you everything, you could be frightened. But something about captains and other things, so much going on, stirring in the background. So I guess, as Alex said, we should be very positive as well in the foreground. It's almost like the fire department is almost here as our beds are burning. I think we've heard that expression a few times. But again, we'll still play a role in all this. And of course, the One Nation Network is what Mr. Keshe seems to be promoting as a way to, in conjunction with the visitors, what's happening here, to make sort of this new transition into a new peaceful man possible. Would anyone else like to contribute anything at this point? Or say something you felt about the teachings? Maybe you've actually interacted or felt some of other entities or run into anything like that in your experiences. If you'd like to share anything, please feel free. Before we go to read or reconfirm our ethos and read the World Peace Treaty. Okay, let's bring up our World Peace Treaty. We're going to come back to that video. That was the video Rick played. That was the gaming coin, of course. But before we go any further, we're just going to confirm our ethos, even though we're not quite there. As Mr. Keshe said a few workshops ago, we have understood an aspect of transmutation, but we still don't stand as peaceful men. And I think many of us know where that sits. As he said, this killing and stealing energies from others has to be, in a way, gotten out of the man. And that may take some time because it's taken some time to get us into this position. But again, we know that changes can happen very rapidly, and so can our understanding or enlightenment about the way we feel about certain things can change in a very short period of time as well. So we'll have to see. Again, we're dealing with Mr. Keshe, who's had quite a lot of experience in this field around the universe. And this is a part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. Remember, we're introducing, or maybe these visitors are going to be introducing a new science to man, even though the Keshe Foundation is as well. And of course, they're very similar or confirming one another. And then, of course, we're introducing a new ethos where that's the way we kind of all think collectively in a way, a peaceful way. And again, what peace means to you may be slightly different than what it means to me, but this is the ethos. And again, about serving. We're here to serve and not to serve. That's part of the ethos. And again, the idea of the superior entity never abuses the inferior entity. The stronger feeds the weaker. And of course, we know the ethos on this planet in business or in the oceans is the stronger usually eats the weaker. So this is the new science, the new ethos, and then of course the new language of different sort of terms that'll become to use more regularly, or terms we haven't really used much, like plasma dilution. And of course, the soul has been used more frequently, and many other things. I think the language in Kenya, Gikuyu, Dr. Gatwa has added about 30 or 40 words to that language to help explain to the nationals the Keshe Foundation teachings. So this is part of the new language, but just hearing new words that we have never used much before, like the nano and the pico and some of these other plasmatic terms, the soul of the man and other sort of terms, that's just not familiar talk, but in the world of creation, it is. So again, this is part of the World Peace Treaty, confirming the ethos before we go forward. And again, our fields or our energies are going out right now as this is broadcast across the wires and the satellites of the internet. Just the way Mr. Keshe is teaching, I think what we're doing here is doing a very similar thing. He keeps reminding us, I made the man in the image of myself, or not the man, he said, I made life in the image of myself. So here's our World Peace Treaty, respecting all life, within us and outside of us. But again, we haven't fully achieved it, but this is our goal, to become that perfect, peaceful entity that doesn't need to steal energies from others to exist. And Alex, of course, has mentioned this loose harvesting and the way people will do it with their thinking or with their words and the rest of this. So anyway, what this means to me may be slightly different than you. But again, it's between you and your soul. And I think it's a progressive development as well. As the wishes, Mr. Keshe said, at our level of wishing, that means there's different levels of wishing. We have to consider everything. So on this level of peace, we're all sort of at different levels of this. I would never thought before the Keshe Foundation that vertical or horizontal people ever existed. And that they needed to be respected, and we could operate the way the creator operates, never having to kill or destroy any of its creation to exist. And of course, as I said, the universe left this particular location, or maybe quite a bit of locations around the universe, in a sort of shortened position on the fields needed to live a completely peaceful life. And this is part of what's being delivered through the visitors in the One Nation Network. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? You don't have to be an angel to read it. Nobody's an angel. Okay, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree. Here's an example of that ethos. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, the body, or a soul. Simply put your name, signature. Again, the Keshe Foundation is not collecting these, like if they're getting scalps or something, or votes or something. It's between you and your soul, and to develop this understanding of a peaceful man. But we're going to get help. It's not only up to us. After that, have it witnessed, again, very simply. And here's, again, after signing this and putting some of your emotions or your energies in this, or creating that little ripple, I believe this becomes, in a way, a reactor, whether you display it or whether you don't display it for whatever reason. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the creator. So yes, be proud to display it. We'll probably see more and more of these displayed in the future in different places. I'm sure life will go on, but this dimension of energy is going to change. And whether it happens in a day, a week, or a month, this is the promise of the land of milk and honey. And again, at this point, it's the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, but a very harsh place to live, as Mr. Keshe said. One of the harshest, if not the harshest place to exist in the universe. So there's a lot of improvement, and those improvements apparently are going to come through in a big way. The Keshe Foundation, the Mark Ray Corporation, and other nations. As he said, the first nation to receive the Keshe coins will be Iran and China, that then they can be distributed, that no child needs to be in poverty and no worker needs to be abused, because they'll all have a modicum of wealth, let's say, where they can perhaps feed themselves and gain wellness through some of these bits that'll be added on to the One Nation network in the future time. Okay, where shall we go from here? Any interactions from the other plasmas? Any soul want to say anything at this point? And this is what I was talking about. What do you mean a One Nation network? I mean, for people who haven't been here, we usually have the same dedicated crew here. And of course, it'll be growing, I think, by leaps and bounds as this becomes more and more into the public. As Mr. Keshe said, even the scientists on this planet and others are not aware. Of course, at the highest levels of government, they are fully aware. As Obama asked for the key, as Mr. Keshe said, they taught through the ambassador. And of course, they talk about Keshe and the Keshe Foundation on a weekly basis. I'm sure Elon Musk does too, although they don't seem to share it with their nationals. They just share it among themselves. So they're fully aware at those levels, but maybe some scientists were not. So this is part of the way of delivering the wellness, the feeding, the energy, and the rest. But at this point in time, at its current development stage, or at the development stage, sometimes many products are much more advanced than they release, because they're going to release version 1 and then version 2, even though they're already at version 10. It's a way of, I guess, putting it into the market. So more and more things will be added. The idea of this system is to create a decentralized network internal to the Keshe Foundation, using a game called Enlightenment, which is still to be shown. And by playing that game, having this wallet, which you need to purchase, by playing that game, you'll be able to earn credits and other things, and also teach yourself to be peaceful. And then you can shop as you accumulate, or I guess get to different levels in the game. You can then shop within the Keshe Foundation store. Perhaps you'd like a plasma cosmic ray material, or perhaps a cosmic ray communication bundle, or a mystery pack, or something else. So that's the whole idea. You don't need a network per se, but you do need a wallet. And that was beautiful what Mr. Keshe said, how you'll be ID'd, not so much through face recognition, but the position of the heart and something about the soul. So this is how advanced the system is. It recognizes you by your soul and by the position of your heart. And I don't think I mean physical position of your heart. I think I mean the intentions. But again, I don't know. It wasn't totally clarified there. So it's a very high level of security. And of course, as Mr. Keshe indicated, this unit will come with a second feature, which is a cosmic ray antenna, which will connect you to certain dimensions, as happened in the Knowledge Seekers workshops, to energies of the universe or knowledge of the universe as well. I don't think we can fully predict what this system is capable of doing, but through that cosmic ray antenna, he said they're going to try and actually power the system. Currently, you plug it in and it needs an uninterruptible power source, and it also needs an internet connection that is stable. But through the cosmic ray antenna development over time, the unit will then be powered through cosmic rays, because of course Mark Ray Corporation is the home of the cosmic ray technology. We'll just show this little beautiful plasma here. And from that development of cosmic rays powering the units, you'll be able to source somehow from the system the energy you need for lighting, the energy you need for cooking, the energy you need for a washing machine or something else that you may require electrical energy from. So this is what he said the new power generators, which was originally shown to be an electric gas sort of generator, and I think we've all seen that. Now it's going to be turned into a cosmic ray generator. This is what he said. So this has major, major ramifications, probably far down the road. As I said, we're only up to the gaming part of it, but this is what is purported to be laid out for future development within the Keshe Foundation. And of course, with collaboration of governments as well. We saw what happened to Tesla, wasn't cooperated with, didn't happen. The guy with the water car, where he was cracking the hydrogen, wasn't allowed to come out. So you have to work with the governments and the entire structure to sort of manage it, and both can one can decline as the other increases without major havoc, as one of the knowledge seekers told us earlier. So any other comments on the One Nation Network? I'm sure I missed a lot. I think this is the most important. Of course, we have and you can look back in the Keshe Foundation store and see more. This is what they call the Cosmic Mystery Package. There's different levels of bidding, and what will be included in here is some of the products from the store, or maybe products that aren't even in the store yet. And apparently there's 3 levels at €250 plus the value added tax, €500, and again a €1,000 package plus the value added tax. And again, Mr. Keshe said that you will receive, or the Keshe Foundation manufacturing, you will receive more than you bid for. And again, he said just storing the exhibition materials from Lintz was costing thousands and thousands of dollars to store those whatever displays and other things that they're storing from that large exhibition that they had. So another way for you to experience plasma technology made the correct way under the professor's guidance, and also a way to help the Keshe Foundation and enjoy bringing a peaceful environment into your home. And of course, as he said, just to cover the research, which is again a huge undertaking for a family. Let's just see if we can, I don't know if we got the you have to go to all products to find some of these things sometimes. Let's just see if we can find the research. And of course, he mentioned these transmutation tests. I don't know if there is one on for November, not that I'm aware of, or December, but we'll have to see. But in these transmutation tests, he's already connected some people to, without you knowing what's been developing. We can take a look at that after. Again, this will be fed through the One Nation Network. Many of these things will be. I'm just looking for the research centers. Well, I'm not seeing it displayed. I thought it was more at the top of the page the last time I looked. Okay, let's just go back. I could have missed it. Okay, the first thing, research. So he did say these two teams or two research centers have already been apparently secured in the background. Remember, Mr. Keshe is looking for experts. Right, here it is. We'll follow in delivering new technologies through Mark Ray. And as we receive what we call responses from different companies, we'll set up research centers with them, as already two research center has been set up away from the public eye by the work of the Keshe Foundation. So I guess if you're here, you're probably not there, although maybe you can. I don't think you'll be held incommunicado for sure. But he said these research centers, if we can just go back, would take, you may take a sabbatical of about a year or 2 years or 3 years or even longer. And these will be beautifully appointed, and I'm sure they're going to be set up with much of the Keshe Foundation technology to enhance the whole process of being there and enjoying the work you're doing, and the development you're will probably be enhanced by creating such an enhanced environment within these centers. And of course, we know Mr. Keshe usually goes quite as he said, very comfortably. So I think these research centers, as he said, two research centers, correct? Let's just take a quick look at that. So centers and them as already two research centers has been set up away from the public eye, correct? We just sort of looked at that. And apparently there'll be more. We already have taken position and respect the research centers, and will bring the Mark Ray into international cooperation, as we said. Again, Mark Ray being the licensing and the sort of financial arm, as he said. I didn't quite fully understand the separation, as Mr. Keshe is the CEO of Mark Ray and also the director of the Keshe Foundation. I always thought two women were directing the Keshe Foundation, but maybe that was just a joke on me. Center has been set up. So again, opportunity for you to actually move your family if you're in that kind of position. I mean, that's a huge undertaking. This is not something, especially if you have a home you have to sell and the people in school, and how is this all going to balance out with the family? But he wanted people in these long-term research centers not to be separated from the family. So it must be a beautiful and a very enticing, in a way, place to be and work. And perhaps even the children that come there and stay at the center, I don't know what sort of regular education they'll be getting, but they may be touched to the point that they even come back to perhaps develop something within their own companies, or to work for humanity and so on. So just another thing that's taking off in the background that we weren't aware until Mr. Keshe actually told us. Anyone want to say anything about research? So we have the One Nation Network, we have the Christmas Cosmic Mystery, and of course we have the long-term research, which is, again, I think you sort of have to qualify for something like this. This is just not, as he said, someone who made a GANS or created a nano wire or something like that. These are more experts in their field. And of course, this will touch the whole field that they're involved in as well, as they probably have a professional network that they collaborate with, and they'll all be wondering, almost like going on a space flight and coming back and then telling the others what you discovered while you were away. And we may see that with the 3I as well. This is what's been purported by Mr. Keshe, that some are boarding and some are disembarking, and will come back to tell us a bit of what they, or maybe a lot of what they experienced. Again, it's almost like hearing somebody on YouTube and saying they went for a ride in a spaceship and, you know, for a few hours or whatever, experienced this or that. will we have the trust that what they're telling us is not some great fabrication? I'm sure most people, as we know, were skeptical, even to be, as Mr. Keshe said, that don't believe it because Mr. Keshe says it. Test everything. So we'll be more in that as well. So shall we hear the announcements? I think they're about 30 minutes, but he certainly laid it out forward and backward about the coins and not to allow children to live in this poverty, and that they'll be born with an aspect of wealth that they can then use to, and the parents as well will feel emotional balancing as this starts to take shape over the period. Any comments anyone would like to say at this point? So this was before Mr. Keshe came in. This is the actual workshop, the 6:15, and we're just going to continue into the announcements. I think they go about 28 minutes. Feel free to stop it, or is there anything you'd like to add? Feel free as well. Or questions perhaps we can answer. We're going to just bring this up a little bit on the volume. So one thing that came to mind, Mr. Keshe at one point said, give me an hour a day for a week on television in your nation and I'll change your nation. So we can't give them an hour a day for a week, but we certainly can give them an hour this day and every week at this time. And again, these fields and what's in these things, I don't think he's even fully explained to us yet. As he said about this connection with the 3I, we couldn't tell you, or it wasn't time to tell you, but or it would have frightened you, or something along this line. So he does a lot of work in the background, but not in a way to abuse, but in a way to elevate and enlighten, as I see it, or if I've experienced it, let's say. Again, feel free to stop it. Make sure we have some volume.
Okay, we're back again at the 615th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, November 6th. And
Gail, if that's not loud enough, I think you're the furthest away. Let me know. We'll turn it up.
Mentioned, it's the second part, so we will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. And before we do that, I'm sure he'll have a couple of things to say. And I've got a question to him about whether we can show the announcement from Mark Ray.
And again, I'm not even aware of any knowledge seekers. Well, I'm aware of one knowledge seeker that's probably participated in helping this whole project with the One Nation Network. But as far as negotiations with the governments and the rest and all these other things happening in the background, I'm not aware of any knowledge seekers that are involved with this. And I certainly haven't submitted any sort of systems or anything like that into the Keshe Foundation store. And of course, he did say this in the past. He said, all you have to do is listen. We'll handle everything in the background. All we need to do is support the network and the store as I see it. He seems to be handling everything in a way that probably keeping a small and well-trained group around him. And I was even thinking maybe some of the, as he said, we're friends with a number of citizens on this planet that aren't really from here. So there may be some connections there as well. I think it's much, much deeper in the background as far as what's happening.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I've got one of the sources. It's been put out on news agencies, apparently, Newswire, they call it. And what came up is from the Financial Post. And Financial Post has the article here with the announcement. Mark Ray Corporation announces quantum leap breakthrough in science and technology by converting energy to matter
And anyone want to make a comment? There was some comment on the reason he used this word quantum. Is that because other scientists have understood quantum and it makes it easier? I think one of the knowledge seekers said that. It could be. But why was he sort of throwing it back at everyone who's named the Keshe technology, the plasma technology, quantum technology, as we heard with those individuals in China who apparently got their hands slapped or something about the changing the Keshe technology to quantum technology. Why would he say quantum here? And to me, I always thought of quantum as being a huge or a large thing, very gigantic, if you can. So that's how I think he's using it here. Of course, as we said earlier, he speaks with a lot of double tone, which is one of those French words, meaning he's speaking at multiple levels simultaneously. And he's always admitted that he is, not only to man, but to the universe as well. That's one of these things that has attracted some of these visitors, according to Mr. Keshe.
And gas using edge of science cosmic ray technology. And it gets into a lot of the details here. Mark Ray Corporation, OTC, that's over the counter, RVBR, announces the successful public demonstrations of advanced cosmic ray technology developed by nuclear engineer Mayran Tevakoli Keshe, which now enables direct creation of pure, fully refined materials without need for traditional mining and industrial refining. It has a picture of the material from I think that would be from the Chinese experiment.
That was one of the things we talked earlier. Apparently, they're going to set up some systems in China to produce so many tons of gold per year. I don't know if it was 400 or what. So this has been demonstrated in China. We saw it this year in Beijing. We saw other videos earlier from a gold mine with 14,000 gold mine holes in it in China, creating materials out of the fields in that area. Then, of course, at the Intercontinental. So apparently China is going to be allowed to make a certain amount of material. And Mr. Keshe said that we would mine gold as we need it. I don't know what the exclusive or the relationship there is with just China. Maybe it's for internal consumption, or maybe it's a plasmatic gold, something for space. I am not sure, because China has said they would like to get to the moon, but now, of course, we're getting to the entire universe at the same time, I think, in the dimension of energy, not in the dimension of matter state. Although these entities could show us their techniques in how they travel across this galaxy or universe. And some people may be enamored with that. Obviously, they survived, but there's always that system failure. But I'm sure they have many redundant systems. But it could take billions of years to go from point A to point B. And this is the advantage humanity has, being able to work the emotions through the soul. Again, I don't fully understand it, but we're just understanding more and more. And that was even a report from one of the knowledge seekers, that they're starting to experience transmutation of the transmutation of the soul. And of course, we're already doing it. When we go to sleep in the rest of this, we're told to call it a dream, or you're transmuting your energies 80% of what you need to feed yourself. If you had to feed yourself in matter state, 24 hours wouldn't be enough time. And of course, we're splitting neutron. We're transmuting the neutron into the electron and the proton within our own structure regularly and constantly. So we're doing many, many of these transmutations, and of course, communication that happens to many of us. Okay, let's go back. Feel free to jump in at any time. I certainly only understand 1/10000000th of 1/1000000000th of 1% of this knowledge.
And then there's an ad. And there's quite a few ads in this article, the way it's set up here. It goes on to talk more about rare earths and demonstrations. And do you want me to read the whole thing, Mr. Keshe, or just sort of skip through here?
We're going to put the article in the chat.
Says these field-based demonstrations showcase the system's adaptability to non-laboratory environments and further validated the repeatability of the element creation process under varying atmospheric and geological conditions. Building on the progress in China, the 2025 demonstrations represent the culmination of a multi-year initiative and are described by the company as the verified proof of concept milestone for the field of cosmic ray plasma-based science. We believe this achievement opens the door to a new era in which matter and energy can be interconverted through the controlled cosmic ray systems.
I haven't read the full article, but I don't think the word quantum at all was used other than in the announcement. Anyone else see quantum or?
Said M.T. Keshe, Chief Executive Officer of Markrate Corporation. These results confirm that the fundamental processes of the universe can be engineered at will, offering limitless potential for production of material, energy, and environmental applications. And it mentions the implications for the global industry. And you have to scroll through that ad. And about ending global dependence on the legacy of mining and refining systems. Talks about the creation of and production of pico-scale materials that could lead to the development of pico chips, where matter exists simultaneously as both energy and mass, surpassing today's quantum computing within years.
So that's interesting. It exists simultaneously as energy and mass. And apparently there must be a weight to it because it's something has some physicality to it, but I'm not sure. I thought, yeah, he said it will appear very interesting. Again, how this is done, he's not revealing to the too many people, but it seems like it'll have a physical dimension, just like us, and then it'll have this mass dimension where it doesn't have weight but operates in energy. So almost like us, like a chameleon in a way, we operate in both of these. So these new pico chips will have apparently some sort of physicality, but at the same time operate in the energy dimension as well. Any thoughts? Okay.
And about cosmic ray technology, developed over more than 4 decades by nuclear engineer Mayran Tavakoli Keshe, combines advancements in nuclear, plasma, and quantum sciences into a unified field interaction framework, controlling cosmic ray fields' conversion of matter to.
Okay, there was the word quantum in there. I was wrong. I hadn't read the article fully through, but there is some mention. Maybe we'll just back that up and hear what he said about quantum. A quantum framework.
Ending global dependence on the legacy of mining and refining systems. Talks about the creation of and production of pico-scale materials that could lead to the development of pico chips, where matter exists simultaneously as both energy and mass, surpassing today's quantum computing within years.
Quantum computing. Okay.
And about cosmic ray technology, developed over more than 4 decades by a nuclear engineer, Mayran Keshe, combines advancements.
Anyone know what quantum computing and surpassing today's quantum computing within years? I'm not familiar with quantum computing, but set to pass that level of development.
In nuclear, plasma, and quantum sciences into a unified field interaction framework, controlling cosmic ray fields, conversion of matter to energy and energy back to matter, has been the dream of the world of science and has become reality.
And as he said, I think this explains the unified field theory of Einstein, but here's the second time quantum was mentioned in this article, combines advancements in nuclear plasma and quantum sciences into a unified field interaction framework. Okay, so that's the second time we heard quantum.
Sorry, which has been the dream of the world of science, has become reality. According to the company, these processes allow control over atomic composition, alloy formation, and isotropic purity directly at the field level, producing materials finer than nanoscale down to the picoscale. This new understanding of matter-energy duality brings about a new era in the world of science. We are witnessing the birth of a new science, which is the confirmation of the unified field theory, and Keshe added in a press conference in.
So the unified field theory is something I think Einstein had talked about, although may have not understood it fully as deeply, of course, as Mr. Keshe does, because he was just, well, I guess a patent clerk in a way.
China. And then it goes on to say about Mark Gray Corporation and some of about the licensing and rights. And in the coming weeks, Mark Gray Corporation will announce more breakthrough tested and developed technologies derived from cosmic ray technology for which it is officially licensed. And there's a little disclaimer that they all have to put, and that's basically it, unless you want to go through a bunch of ads at the bottom. There is a place for comments, so that might be a nice place for people to put a comment in about the Keshe Foundation, or not the Keshe Foundation, but the possibilities for the Mark Gray Corporation.
So we put the
As I said, that
we put the links in for Mark Gray Corporation, and we put the links into this announcement article, so you can follow both. Mark Gray is available in different countries in the stock market, at least in the United States. It's an over-the-counter pink sheet, what they call penny stock, and of course, as we know, most of those stocks, apparently 9 out of 10, usually collapse. So there's only 10% of those stocks. That's why a brokerage is not really happy when you bet on something or want to invest in something that has a 90% chance of failing. But that's the history of the penny stock markets. But many, many companies have risen out of the penny stocks, as Mr. Keshe said. The Microsoft company, I think, was one of them, traded on the penny stocks for years. But again, there's an offering, and again, we're selling the knowledge of God in the stock market, Mr. Keshe said, but This is the way it's done on this planet. So there is an offering, and of course the Mark Ray is the home of the cosmic ray technology, and as we know, there's billions of different strengths and abilities of cosmic rays, and as you work with them, you can basically create anything you'd like. These are creator rays, as he referred to them. But how do we make them? I haven't been taught, and I haven't figured it out myself either. But perhaps in my own structure, within our own structures, we may have a chance to generate these cosmic rays, as I think we are all capable of doing. As Mr. Keshe said, we're huge field generators. We just haven't believed in ourselves and tapped into it, or learned how to trigger this to a certain another level.
Have started. We had to have a lot of things in position. If you go to the bottom of it, you read that we have reached now already agreement with 2 governments, but not under the license of the market, but as the other side of the operation of the work of the Keshe Foundation. Is one line especially added there. So we already set out to bring, in collaboration with 2 nations, the preliminary documents with the governments have been signed, to bring the technology into open honor space and every other aspect.
So I would say then 2 governments have signed themselves to peace. Is that your understanding, even though they may not be peaceful? I signed myself to peace and I'm not fully peaceful. We know that certain governments are being threatened in the rest, but that is their wish to be peaceful. Or do they have to be completely peaceful to sign this? Apparently, they've made agreements with the Keshe Foundation, and this is in exchange for technology, I would imagine. Anyone want to comment on that?
And gradually in the coming weeks, we continuously will follow delivering new technologies through Markray. And as we receive...
Every time I see that little fleck that he was just showing here, I think of Gail and her Hobbit house and how by positioning reactors you can create all kinds of different shapes and so on. And this is what Mr. Keshe said, in the future people would be giving away their homes. Once we learn how to create structures and walls and the rest out of magnetic fields, you can just assemble it or put it together wherever you are, and when you leave it, just you can collapse it and put it back in whatever system it seemed to come out of. And maybe it'll come out of your own system eventually. So again, this is the ramifications of how deep this technology will affect everything on this planet. May not be tomorrow, but this is what in the future will happen. People will give away their houses.
What we call responses from different companies, corporations, will set up research centers with them. As already 2 research centers has been set up away from the public eye by the work of the foundation. And the processes will start. We already have taken position in respect to research centers, and will bring the Markray into international cooperation, as we said. There'll be a lot of information released on continuous basis through the what we call press, and gradually we expect in the next year or 2 to become part of the what we call regular knowledge technology, as more and more corporations around the world become aware of the technology. It's not that just because we release a press release and everybody will jump. It takes time, is continuity, and bringing the whole process together at the same time, carrying on with what we're doing. And we expect to announce another press release, and many of you in what we call Keshe Foundation, you're aware of these things, but internationally it's not. And so we are bringing public awareness and bringing the start of the process with everything else, and how we collaborate with other countries and the way we collaborate with other corporations, and to bring the 2 technology back into operation. We said we will start moving when we are ready. Now we are ready. That the market corporations, all of the Keshe Foundation for Science and Technology, will become a rapid feature of the work of the foundation. In a way, we expand our process not only to what we call teachings, the awareness, bringing market into international what we call arena. Same time, the distribution of the Keshe coin as association and part of market being part of the license structure of the Keshe Foundation, all will be joined together. And we'll explain more and more how we'll guarantee our shares, how we guarantee our what we call coins. It'll be the only coin which is backed by gold. Every Keshe coins will be backed by gold.
And just to say, the Keshe coin is already valued at €1,000. The cosmic ray is already valued, I think, at €1,000 plus the value added tax. And so the shares of Mark Ray, he said, would be also valued at around 1,000 eventually. I don't know how all that will work out, if that will happen. So there's a huge, it appears, upside potential of the Mark Ray Corporation, because they all need to reach this $1,000 per share.
Because we produce it. We don't keep it in reserve. Our reserve is the universe. And we produce as is needed, when it's needed, and we deliver as according. And so it'll be big changes in the structure of the what we call work. And we will deliver and deposit golds made by cosmic ray technology as the backing of our shares, or what we call our coins. So we still stay as part of the Keshe internal organization, but the Keshe coins will be handed over to governments for their internal transactions, trusting the work of the foundation as a central bank operation, which means no central control. All the nations are equal. $1 is one coin, as £1 is one coin, as is one real, as is one RMB. There is no changes. If you bring change, it has to be a fundamental change. An apple should cost the same in Africa, in New York, in Tehran, and in South America. And it should be affordable by everyone at the same price, same time.
Right. I always thought that the product is the same, whether it's in China or in the United States, and somehow they've manipulated this so much, but this is what he wants it to be, the same price and affordable to all. So you want an apple, maybe it'll cost you a half a penny of Keshe coin if you, again, get it delivered as an energy, not the actual apple. We'll see how that works out. And I think with this new food process where he said we need the pure seeds and we need a small batch of different apples and things, you'll actually have that taste of it. But this is what he's saying. We're not going to use the Keshe coin, I don't think, to go to the grocery store and to buy what you need, like we have in the United States here with the EBT card or some of these other government programs where you shop in the Matter state for the food you need. I think you'll be shopping in the Keshe Foundation store and be able to absorb energy that way. This is my understanding. Anyone want to comment on that? I don't think you'll be able to use it. And we know you can't use it at this point in time. It's only internal to the Keshe Foundation structure. Eventually, as I said, it will lead out into other banking venues.
Unification of the monetary funds has to come through a structure of the scientific background, not by governmental. Now, every country can produce as much gold as they need. Every country can produce and have access to the latest composition of the materials as they need and the food. So there should be no difference in the currency. One currency, one nation, one planet, one race. And this is the objective of our work, maybe in another 3 to 5 years, but we have started the process. Market Corporation will make announcements in the coming weeks in this respect, which will bring a lot of changes into the whole structure.
And again, Mr. Keshe talked about feeding nations for a percentage of the GDP. So this is going to make quite a powerful connection somehow. Again, with governments that want to feed their people, but yet they don't have the ability or the distribution or the supplies, or it's just too expensive. So this will bring a lot of peace to many nations, or at least within the nationals, I think. As Mr. Keshe said, when he first approached the world governments, that was his proposal, that no one, he could show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own power. And the idea that no one goes to bed cold or no one goes to bed hungry. And of course, it was rebuffed, but now it's coming full circle after a quarter century back around to this position.
Mr. Keshe, could you mention about the kind of conflict between the Keshe Foundation and Markray, or the separation between them in terms of not influencing the stock market and that kind of?
Yeah.
What kind of questions can people ask, and how far can you talk about Markray, and how does that work?
I am the CEO of the Markray and the head of the Keshe Foundation. And we moved into Markray stock market to bring the technology into public. We have given a license. If you go on the disclosures, we gave a license some 2, 3, 4 years ago to Markray to use our technology to bring commercialization. But we were not ready. Now we are ready. Markray moves in the direction of commercialization. Keshe Foundation moves on the research and development. And Markray does not have the exclusivity, which allows the foundation in certain part of the world to operate on its own strength, which we have done. Markray does not extend its operation into China, where Keshe Foundation is extensively involved in China. The same is with other nations. We don't have a boycott. We work with any nation which wants to bring peace and new development in technology. And as you read at the bottom of this, the agreement with 2 nations has been signed. We didn't sign contract with individuals for development of the technology. We have our part ready. They have to make their part ready, that the whole structure can move.
So again, Keshe Foundation being the research in a way arm, and the Markray, the commercialization arm, if you can think of it that way, and the licensing and so on, a financial, again, structure as well in some sort of shape. He's rather vague about the whole work, at least to me, but it's very consistent in the way he's setting it up. I'm sure he set up many companies. And again, Markray will not be in China, but he also mentioned that they will have a Chinese Markray.
Otherwise, we carry on with our own work as we have done for years. But again, Keshe Foundation is the coins, Keshe coin is internal. You have to accept the Keshe coin as an internal structure of an organization. So you have a company, you buy the Keshe coin, you have an individual, you bought the Keshe coin, you buy it from the Keshe Foundation, you can interchange it inside the Keshe Foundation. In the future, if we work, which is exchangeable, then you can change it to the other coins, but again, runs at €1,000 per share, per coin. There's a reason we done this, and it'll stay that way, is because of what we structured in the background for the operation of the Keshe coin as an internal currency of an organization, not as a cryptocurrency in the open banking system, which gets influenced by all sorts of things, political greed and the rest of it.
Okay, and so we're all very, very clear that this is not a cryptocurrency. This is a gaming coin, or a coin internal to the structure of the Keshe Foundation, for goods, services, and other things offered by the foundation, or perhaps as they start to open the One Nation network to exchange with others, or even other currencies, perhaps.
We keep the two very separate, but now officially, as you just read, Market Corporation has officially started its interaction. So we expect the shares to move drastically as we announce, step by step, and this is what we promise you. How the shares will take shape is on what we do. We'll release some more shares into the market very soon to allow more players to come in, to allow more nations and governments to be part of it. And then we announce our situation with Market Corporation and the shareholding with the nations. Keshe Foundation will release part of its shares to government, which means part of the Keshe Foundation will be owned by every nation. Market Corporation becomes what we call United Nation in the economical sense that nobody can control. But we control the finances of it in the background through the cash coin, which means you cannot play tariffs, you cannot play gun policies. We control. A nation is short of funds or it's got a project to build dams. We finance through cash coins, through the structure of the transfer to other governments. This process has already started in a very small scale, and gradually we build it up to a very big size. It takes 5 to 10 years to build it, but the process started.
So apparently they're doing some sort of interactions and development or something through this network, a very small way. Perhaps they're building a hospital or something else and just seeing how this is working out for the two countries involved, where there's no funds exchange, but apparently coin of the Keshe Foundation in a way, if I'm even understanding it correctly. Anyone else want to comment on that?
So if you are buying, God knows, stock market shares from a government loan, you don't need to do. You take money from zero, constant, same rate, you hold your assets. And then we understand the reliability on gold and the rest becomes irrelevant as the reliance on the cryptocurrencies. You cannot go bankrupt pushing share to $100,000, $200,000 and then tomorrow let's get 1.5 million in past 2 weeks come bankrupt. People lost their homes with one word played by the President of the United States in the cryptocurrency world. 1.5 million people. Children are on the street because the father was betting that he go higher and he dropped for the payment. They played the game and the richer became rich. We stopped that process. 1,000 equal euro, €1, $1. We make the coin the effort of the man and not the what we call the resources of a nation or the talk of a man.
So he doesn't want anyone to lose on this coin. And that's why it's backed by gold and the rest. So there'll be no pulling the carpet out, as somebody said that Bitcoin was sort of hijacked, or the company that took it over sort of hijacked it, and it takes quite a bit of time. And apparently it was in a way, a plan. Maybe it started out correct, but it went in the wrong direction. And we've seen some of the outcome of this. At least one of the knowledge seekers was saying it was hijacked. And I think there's a book written to that extent as well. Not by him, of course, by someone else.
Doctors are worth the same as a man who sweeps his office, because if he doesn't clean that office, that doctor sits in the stench. A doctor in Bangladesh has the same value as a doctor in New York. All paid through cash coin. Everything is structured in time warrants. You call yourself, you're a member of the Keshe Foundation, you believe in the work of the Keshe Foundation, you get access to the coins of the Keshe Foundation and live through it. You buy, you sell, you live, and it's the same. There is no poverty. You don't immigrate from one place of the earth to another to have money to have a better life. This is the work of the Keshe Foundation. In the coming weeks and months, gradually we share the shares of the Market Corporation to your governments. We hold the controlling as a foundation that we keep the control, that nobody can affect anybody else. But the shareholders, in part, except you lot who buy the shares, will be governments. They'll be allocated certain amount of shares, each government, equal to profit sharing. And then it comes a division of the profit, assets, GDP, and the rest of it. It's well planned. It just needs time. And the kick has started as of last night.
Okay, so as he said, I don't fully understand all these ins and outs of the way coins will work in between governments and the rest, but as he said, well planned out. Any comments from anyone? Again, a beautiful buffet is being set for all of us, for all the nations, for all of humanity. We just have to support it as I see it. He's not asking me to make cosmic ray materials or make any systems or make a feeding system to get into this. It's all being handled in the background as I see it.
Nobody's going to jump just because we put a press release out. Next press release, next step, governmental confirmation of the corporation, the next and the next. They built 20 years to get here. They built another 20 years to complete it, to bring it. And then we supply the food to the, what we call the systems, medicine through the system. So you don't pay $10,000 for a tablet in America and you pay 10 cents in China. You can have a huge GDP more as long as you pay more for the same thing, but it's the same thing. That what we used to call it a Big Mac world pricing bitch. How much does a Big Mac cost in New York? How much it costs in Beijing? How much it costs in Moscow? How much it costs in South Africa? And that was the rate of a nation. Now, everything costs the same, does not matter where you go, because we pay for it. We have set it up that way to be. A child will not be born absolute poverty that has to die because of the hunger.
Okay, let's just go back to the store for a minute. I think the offer for wellness is still there, and this is part of this. Of course, this is a bit that will be added later on, as I understand it. Let's just see if we... I thought I saw something. Comprehensive wellness. It says in stock. A while ago, it said it was out of stock. This is for an individual. And this is part of the insurance policy, in a way, provided by Keshe Foundation Technologies for wellness processing not exceeding 25 sessions per family or 10 per individual. And again, with what's happening with all the insurance in the United States and probably in your nation too, it's quite an upheaval. People trying to pay the excess premiums or what the governments weren't supporting. So this way, with the coins, everyone that doesn't even have an insurance company in their country perhaps can afford a comprehensive wellness package for individuals or families, as I understand it.
The mother gives, the coin receives the food. The process has started as of last night. And you will see the prices will reflect. We don't care. There's a guy drunk in Los Angeles. We know who it is. Buys 150, brings it to 3 cents, and then sells 200 to them. You lot buy, and he makes his money to traffic drugs from Mexico into California. We know who he is. But now we take this out of his hand. We let them play. The true value of the market shares is beyond what's on the shares. And it has to come to $1,000 equal to one coin. You have one coin, you have one share of mark ray, you have one cosmic ray you can transfer.
Let's just hear that.
All facilitated internally.
Again, I said the cosmic ray material is already at €1,000. The Keshe coin is already at €1,000. The opportunity, I think, or the the price of Markray is only in the pennies on the penny stock exchange. So it has a huge, huge upside value, because I think he just said we want to bring the shares of Markray as well to 1,000. Again, that could be 20 years away, or it could be sooner than we could imagine.
The process has started as of last night. And you will see the prices will reflect. We don't care. There's a guy drunk in Los Angeles. We know who it is. Buys 150, brings it to 3 cents, and then sells 200 to them. You lot buy, and he makes his money to traffic drugs from Mexico into California. We know who he is. But now we take this out of his hand. We let them play. The true value of the market shares is beyond what's on the shares. And it has to come to $1,000 equal to one coin.
So the shares of Markray have to come to $1,000 to equal one coin. So that is probably a long-term oversight, or what the foundation is seeing, I guess, or Markray is seeing with the projections. And this is what they, so again, I said a huge upside potential. But I've watched Markray for a number of years, and it bounces like a ball, up and down, up and down, up and down. As I joked earlier, maybe we can give it some flagpole dance and get it. But it's already set to do that. Apparently there's been interference. And we're used to that as well, whether it's in the stock market or whether it's in the foundation.
You have one coin, you have one share of Markray, you have one cosmic ray you can transfer. All facilitated internally inside the Keshe Foundation. We have nothing to do with the stock market. We have nothing to do with the cryptocurrency. You sign your nation to peace. We give you shares of Markray. We give you the finances of the coins to interact. Condition to become a member of the or shareholder of the market by a nation is signing the nation to peace.
So again, the nations will want Markray to survive and thrive because they're actually part of it. So this is the far ahead thought that Mr. Keshe has. They won't try to put it out, they're going to try to enhance it. And they'll see how this starts to work among nations, where they don't have to go to these major banking centers or the World Bank to get abusive loans, and then the world leaders spend it on whatever they spend it on, and a few percent gets spent on the project it was allocated for. This won't happen, I don't believe, in the structure that the Keshe Foundation is setting up. But we'll have to see, because even with the visitors, as Mr. Keshe said, they're going to try and game the visitors into doing other things, and they're going to get tangled up in some kind of spider web. Hopefully it'll lead to their elevation rather than their demise.
And we give you billions to build your nation. And they want gold for you to deliver to build a nation. We put a machine in there. Chinese government setting up 400, they said in the meetings, they set up to tell us that they need 400 systems across China to meet the demand of gold. And we can do. The use of gold in electronics and the military and the rest is 400 ton a year. They need it to complete, to develop.
He did say 420 ton per year they need to develop. And again, apparently China will be using the technology maybe before the knowledge seekers. There's some kind of, and Mr. Keshe may not be revealing all of it as well. They may be getting delivered, as we saw with the painters and the other things that made portraits. The material was set by the Keshe Foundation, not by the painter themselves. So I think perhaps China will get some, let's say, pre-activated reactors, and then they'll just plug and play, and they'll see the production of gold. They may not be given the full knowledge until later on. Mr. Keshe seems to be quite tight about many of these knowledges, yeah, you can use it, but you may not know how to do it on your own, that you could abuse it.
They don't need to mine. We mine it from the space for them in there, what we call north of China, as you read in the report. We have openly released full, what we call lab reports in the market announcement last night.
Again, the word I was thinking of is these reactors could be preloaded by the Keshe Foundation, delivered to China, or perhaps loaded in China. I'm not sure if there's a research center there or not. And then, of course, just plug it in and it does what you want it to do. As he said, 400 ton of gold. I don't know if anyone wants to calculate out the value of gold, but that does sound like quite a gift.
And we do the same with everything else we do from now on. So the separation is very clear. You live by the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. It does not matter which company, which nation you are. We support you financially through the Keshe coins, and we back it with a gold. We set machines to just produce gold. If anybody asks you, we want gold, well, what do you have? You deliver gold, because that's the mentality of the man. Or you accept carbon credits, the same. Internal coin and not cryptocurrency. I call it the creepy currency, but they have a different name for it. You buy as much Keshe coins as you like, and you sit on it. It'll stay the same value for life. You don't lose it, it doesn't lose its value, and it stays at that. Somebody steal it from you, we replace it. You lose your certificate, you lose your system in the fire. As long as it's registered on the system for us, you get a replacement. Man has to be safe and secure, and this is what we do. You have gold, we accept your gold, because with it we can do a lot of other things to develop. And we give you a coin instead of 1,000. If you're sitting on a lot of gold, rings, whatever you want to, we accept, because we know what we can do with it. We give you in replacement cash coin guarantees. You can cash it anytime from us. Many of you knowledge seekers have paid, bought cash coins, and over years you have spent it with us or whatever else you've done with it or given as a gift. We have a track record, we don't talk. You bought coins 2, 3, 4 years ago. Now you want to change something else, you want to buy other systems. We immediately transferred, we exchanged. We have a good track record of delivering what we've done with it.
Okay, again, Keshe coin at €1,000, cosmic ray at 1,000 euros, and the huge upside potential to bring Mark Ray up to €1,000 per share. So again, for those money men or women, this could be an opportunity for that. As he said, we're selling the knowledge of God in the stock market. Yeah, but that's the way it's done. So we do it.
One currency, one nation, one planet, one race is our policy. And with Mark, as of last night, we will see how we play the game. But we are not in crypto. We are in internal. You sign a piece, you sign to ethos of the Keshe Foundation, you buy the coin and it's sitting there. You exchange it per year. There's a clear cut. Mark Ray is where the technology will come and where the governments will own shares. And then, you know, when the governments own shares, $1,000 for a share to bring the governments in balance is nothing. So we play that game. It takes time. It's not going to be tomorrow, but it's the way it's set to be done.
And we certainly could use that in the United States, where the debt is in the 38 trillion or whatever it is. And I don't know the amount it's moving per day, but it's a huge, huge amount. So perhaps this will a way to get us out of this huge anchor that's going to sink us and the rest of the world as well. And maybe this is the part of the plan to, again, depopulate, but our agenda is to bring more human beings on this planet and then to start exploring space as Mr. Keshe said, we need about 75 billion people on this planet. And with this technology, it'll be no burden at all on the planet, as none of the resources eventually will be used. It'll all come through the understanding of the energy dimension and through the One Nation Network, as I see it. Okay, anyone, again, a beautiful announcement. I think this was it.
Any questions?
Yeah, okay. So again, he spent about 30 minutes or so on this major press release, but again, the press hasn't fully picked it up. I haven't seen it announced anywhere. Anyone else see it announced across any of the medias, or maybe at this point they're just ignoring it? I'm sure China is not, and Iran is not, and probably a few other nations are also heading towards the Keshe Foundation, pledging their nation to peace in exchange for some of this advanced technology. And it's beautiful when he said you can't lose the Keshe coin, because it'll be, he talked about face recognition in this workshop, but this coin will be, or the system that they have will recognize the position of the heart and something about the soul as well. So this is how you'll be recognized within the Keshe Foundation or within this coin. Somehow this will be part of the protection, so no one else can, if they do steal your coin, it can't be used by anyone else. The system will immediately say this is not the person or the owner of that coin, or if they're stolen and hidden, they'll be replaced, probably with new numbers or whatever way they do these sort of crypto things. Any other comments? Okay, since we heard the announcements, maybe we'll just go back until the top of the hour where we discuss the Dome of Peace from around 42 or 43 right up to, I think it ends 105 or some 56, something like that. So if there are any comments while we're playing this, please feel free. But again, I like Mr. Keshe's voice ringing through our system, through the satellites and the rest. And of course, these workshops have other things embedded in them, if you can imagine that. Some things that touch the energies of the soul, as I understand, not only during the live broadcast, but even in replaying these broadcasts. There is some energy or something in there that can touch all of us, but sometimes in different ways. It may touch. So this is one of the reasons I do like playing Mr. Keshe's words. And of course, he is the universal teacher. We're just becoming those teachers. And it does seem like it's taking longer than it should. But as he told us in Sanya, you knowledge seekers are too much in a hurry. I need to slow you down. You're too much in a hurry. Almost like, you know, you're going to climb a huge mountain and you want to get to the top, but you don't even realize you're not fully prepared for what you're going to encounter. So this is why he's trying to, I think, slow us down in a way to fully grasp, or in a deeper way, or mature the soul, or again, gain more of an aspect of the ethos of peace. So, but at the same time, the technology is offered and is available if you participate with it. Okay, so I just picked a random spot, and we're going to start here and go to the end of this workshop, and then the Dome of Peace in about 18 minutes. So we'll go as far as we can go with this. And feel free to stop it or make any questions. Does anyone have any thoughts or comments? All right, if not, then we continue forward. We do appreciate your presence here, and thank you. As Rick often says, 90% of it is just showing up. And as I think of Rick, I think there is tomorrow a testimonial meeting at 8 p.m. So if you have any testimonials, or again, big or small, or just want to be there, it's the same public Zoom room as the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, 939-474-503. And that will start at 8 p.m. Central European Time. You're all welcome to join, either on the active line or on the silent line of communication?
One to another.
Feel free to stop this.
It does not matter how much you can hold on to it.
I'm just going to back it up a bit more. This is about, we're all subject to these new cycles. No matter how hard you try to hold on to it, I think he said, you're going to face a new cycle. It may be 1,000 years in the same house or even 1 billion, but you're subject to these cycle changes.
There, the environment decides. Here, you decide in the environment you live. The storm dies and it goes. So does the man and it goes. But what is done, what is left is the same. The damage, the leftovers, the children, and the leftovers, and the physical life he left. It's no difference.
I think again here he's talking about the storms we see on the ocean or whatever, and then how we can create these storms within our own structure. And he mentioned how beautiful it is to see a peaceful ocean, no waves, no sort of nothing going on in a way. He says it's quite exciting. I think I've seen that once, or maybe even twice.
There is no need for attachment because the attachment is part of the one cycle. You go from one to another. It does not matter how much you can hold on to it. And once our scientists, once our progressive development of knowledge carries on, we as what we call the knowledge seekers should be able to stand every possible scenario that baffles the scientist in NASA with the knowledge that we know. We are aware of, we are part of, we understand how. The knowledge of creation has two sides. Dimension of the plasma, which everything is in it, but has not manifested itself unless you decide how to manifest it. Or the knowledge of the creation, which man needs to understand the totality of, for itself to be able to operate, for it to be able to work, for it to be able to understand the totality of his existence. And once we do that, once we understand this, we come to understand, as it has been said before, man does not need to be part of the physical life, as he can join to be that drop of the ocean without physicality. This is where the soul comes into. How you squeeze that soul, the sides, what you see in the dimension of physicality, manifestation, and how you amalgamate different dimensions of that soul, that plasma together, the size and the confirmation of the life, physical existence, a cat.
And just to show you here, he says, this is where the soul comes in. How you squeeze that soul decides what you see in the dimension of physicality manifestation. Now we'll come back to this, let's see, at 44. So here he just said to squeeze the soul. Now, about an hour later in this workshop, I have 3 questions, is how about the squeezing soul is created by emotion. And Mr. Keshe says, you don't squeeze the soul, you wave the soul. It's not squeezable, but it's impressionable. So it must be like the ocean. As he said, you start that little wave. You wave the soul, you don't squeeze the soul. But yet, if we go back to 44, here he's saying you have to squeeze the soul. So this is, again, laying it out sort of for everyone. Let's see, where were we here? Yeah, how you squeeze that soul. Okay, let's continue on. Any comments on that? It made me think of when he said how the emotions is the key, and then one of the knowledge seekers has brought up how the absence of emotion is the key, or one of the keys. And maybe that's just the emotion to connection to physicality. I'm not sure exactly what he means. But then we saw the empty reactors created nothing because they had no motion, they had no material to manifest anything. So again, he does put it a couple, the same sort of idea, but in different ways. I think that's so everybody can take from it according to their understanding, but I'm not sure. Anyone want to make any comments on that?
A dog, a man, a tree, and the rest. If, as knowledge seekers, you understand how the plasma is the creator of the magnetic field and the strength of, then you find out that all the plasmas themselves inside have a constant common denominator. How you squeeze it gets different field strength out of it. If you understand this principle, then you can decide how the emotion in the soul can change the dimension of emotion in the soul of physicality and even physical manifestation. Chameleon.
Let's just check on Alex. How are we proceeding? We can continue this and then go into the Dome of Peace. Are we? He's preparing a universal cup for all of us. Let's just check in. If not, he's hard at work. We continue.
Of universe. As I explained to a knowledge seeker very recently, if the world of creation leads us to dimension of the interaction with the life, for example, of 3I, we shall see them in the structure like a man, because the understanding, emotion of understanding of our emotion, that we need to see something like a man shape, head, tail, 2 hands, 2 arms, for us to trust, communicate with. We don't like to communicate with the dog.
That was my wish as well, that we would see them in a very similar structure to us, because it would be more acceptable for us to interact with them. Originally, he said, I think he said they would have a green skin and they wouldn't have the face of a man. But again, we need to test that. Here it says they have a huge understanding or advantage in these magnetic fields that they can actually sense what our emotion of our soul would communicate with, and they're going to manifest it in that shape. So again, an illusion in a way, or what do they call it, a mirage?
I'll need
So
about 30 minutes,
they,
Mark.
Yes, I saw your message. No problem. We continue on. There's plenty to unravel here. Anyone want to voice anything or say anything? Okay, we continue.
are advanced enough, they're aware of the emotion of our soul, so they manifest themselves in a shape that we can recognize. So do not be baffled. If in the coming time man encounters people from 3I or 4I, whatever, that the manifested entities who look to certain way, the way we can accept, we recognize as intelligent. but in fact it's a mirage. It's the way we create the cancer in ourselves by transferring energy through the emotion. They, through our emotion, manifest themselves in a way that we accept them. We recognize an intelligence. They will not look like us. We can be like us, as so many of them are friends on this planet with us for a long time. But they manifest in a different way that we think they're cleverer, they're superior, and our stupid leaders will bend back forwards to see how they can manipulate them to become more powerful leaders. But don't forget, the leaders of the world, your soul has already been read. You'll be manipulated to nothing.
Again, like a mouse in the hand of the cat. But apparently they have a huge ability to cloak themselves into us seeing them as the way we can accept them. And I think, I don't know if it was here or where it was. We'll come back to 46. He said they had advanced, oops, ADV. Yeah, here, yeah, it's right there. They are advanced enough, they're aware of the emotion of our soul. So that's just a phenomenal, deep understanding that they manifest themselves in the shape that we can recognize. So it is right here. I guess it passed and I didn't notice it. But I thought you had to manifest according to what the fields of the planet were. Remember when he said when you go to the moon as a man, you can't manifest as a man unless you're in a dome? You may have 100 legs and no arms and whatever, in the shape of something you're not familiar with. So how come they have this ability to cloak themselves in a way? So they must have huge, they're advanced enough that they can do this in the technology, apparently. And Mr. Keshe had mentioned this. He was going to go into the lab and create some sort of layers where that soul would then have you see it as the way it wanted to be seen by you. So he sort of alluded to that in one of the last number of workshops. Okay, we continue if there's no other comments.
Now you understand. If we change, manipulate the environment, we get different field strength. We get different magnetic field direction. We change the environment and pressure of the earth, we get Chinese, black, white, and the rest. Now, imagine you play the magnetic field of the universe, what you will get. One interesting point that raises, when we look at the unicos and we understand the position of the interaction of the fields, does the unicos from outside looks like a hexagonal ball? And if you understand further point in the structure, then you understand why your heart is such a shape. Then you understand why the position of the heart and the soul are kept in a certain position and how a fraction of the micro movement creates different races, different emotions, different physicality. Today we talk about face recognition. In the coming time, as we are launching the market cooperation into a very advanced level in the coming weeks, as we have started last night, you will understand the new system will come which recognizes you through your soul and position of your heart.
Okay, that's what I was saying earlier. The new system recognizes you by your soul and position of your heart. No one can replicate that in the system. So this is part, I think, of the security within the system, almost like a beehive. how they know who's a friendly and who's perhaps not so friendly. And they let them in or they don't. Or again, if your coins are taken, no other soul or heart is in the exact same position as yours, I would say. We all have a very unique fingerprint in that way. So that's why the security will be at such a level. And no one can replicate that to sort of the way they're replicating your voice on the AI or something else, saying all kinds of things maybe you've never even said.
No one can replicate. Then you are a passenger of the universe. We don't connect the eyes. We connect the position of the soul with a pump of the physicality of the soul, of physicality of the man. Everyone is individual and there are no replication of it. Now you understand how the structure, how the life, how the position will change, and how we stand to bring the changes through understanding, the true understanding of the science of creation, and not by manipulation. Manipulation to enjoy is your job. We are teachers to show you how to make it. Any abuse will be back to you, as you cannot abuse the system. This is why you'll understand, even in the most advanced way of technologies you'll see from space, because they use the structures like us, they cannot damage us because they're part of us. We are part of them because they show themselves in the matter state. We show ourselves as the skin of the man, the bone, and the rest in another dimension of the same. I made man in the image of myself. I made the universe and its citizens the image of myself. And in my eyes, there's no difference between the son, the daughter, Muslim, Christians, man of space, UFOs, and the rest, because they all carry the essence of the creation of the same ocean. I made life in the image of myself and not the man.
So that's why he's saying we have to, life is sacrosanct, and we have to respect all life, sacrosanct, in the universe. So this is what we're coming to realize, at least I am, more and more. Everything needs to be respected. That's even the ones that didn't take on a dimension of physicality, but I would think, again, they're probably far more advanced than I am, that I wouldn't even be able to abuse if I wanted to.
Once man understands the principle of the creation and how to manipulate the plasma, man will create anything which he likes, as we showed in May. Gold, silver, dust.
So we haven't fully understood the plasma. He said once man understands the principle of creation and how to manipulate the plasma, remember, manipulation is for us to explore, man will create anything which he likes, as we showed in Beijing, gold, dust, silver, and the rest. So we haven't fully understood the plasma yet.
We just create the condition. The rotation and the thing was illusion. Life is illusion if there is no soul to dictate the condition of manifestation. And that soul is a drop from that ocean. Understand the teaching of today. Understand the manipulation of the plasma to lead to creation of the fields of the what we call communication of the world of the creation. Then you understand why in the teachings and in trials we have only worked with two elements and no more. What is the fields of the universe, of the plasma, and what is the line which transfers that energy to any matter condition. I have shown so many pictures of this, but you're just so materialistic that you have not understood. Go back on the press release of Mark Corporation in the past 24 hours on the international news. I released a picture of this deliberately, and many of you have seen it. There is a reason. One is a matter state, and one is connected to the fields of the plasma of the universe. In the body of the man, you cannot grow a child of a dog or a cat because the womb doesn't allow. In the world of creation, that womb allows anything to be grown inside it. It's just a cluster, it's the cocoon. The decision of what will be in that cocoon is made outside by the emotion, by the dimension of the creation of the fields. I give you a cocoon being made, and you get gold, and the cocoon next to it, you get a cell, you get a protein, you get copper. The cocoon is the plasma field of the universe, which is interacted and creates a condition inside. You already have decided from outside what to be inside. Try to understand the teaching of today, because we have opened a massive door into the knowledge of the universe. Teaching on the matter state and emotion and the soul and everything else for us is completed, because now by teaching about the creation of the universe, you understand your connection, how it came to be you, how it came to become to earth, how it became to become 3i, how it became to become another galaxy in the universe. You understand the principle through your soul. You know where to position your soul once you leave the physicality dimension of the man. The teaching from now on is for your soul. It's from the energy of the patterns of the universe. You are that drop, which is taken from the ocean. But you know how a drop of different color, when you put in the cup, can change the whole color of the cup. That's the purpose. Pure giving, the love, that it changes, and that cup will change the dimension of in the ocean.
I was going to save this next part for the Dome of Peace, but since we're here, let's just go through it about releasing the Gans waters, which is the first step of the Dome of Peace. But we'll hear it now. But this is just amazing. The teaching from now on is for your soul, is from the energy of the patterns of the universe. And remember, he said, I connected you with the fields of the universe, which to me, at another point, he said, we connected you with the creator. So both, he said, we connected you with the creator and we connected you with the fields of the universe in the knowledge seekers workshops. So that's how powerful these systems are without us even knowing it or in a way realizing it until we were told.
How you knowledge seekers through waters in the oceans and the rivers, you have already understood, done the process, and carry on doing it, because those little cups will add to. We have a beautiful saying, Farsi says, "Qatra qatra jam shavad, you can go darya shavad," which means drop gets together and suddenly becomes a ocean, becomes a sea.
And of course, this is what the Brazilian team has put together again. And we saw another one today about releasing, and there was a clip, I think it was from one of the knowledge seekers workshops, about releasing these Gans waters. Again, we didn't fully understand it, but these drops are coming more and more together. Let me just see if I can find what Pamela has put in here for years now. And just think of this as the Dome of Peace, which we're getting about, we're ready to do. for years now, every Sunday and other days as well, you've been spraying GANs around your cities and putting them in the rivers and whatever. By doing this, you've been adding to the energy of the planet. GANs are literally like a sun. So you are bringing balance to what this planet has been short of in the field strength of its creation. The lack of energy from the planet has meant that man has had to get the missing 20% of the energy he needs by consuming packages of energies from plants and other animals. And this was from the 467th Knowledge Seekers Workshop by Mr. Keshe. So you see how little things like this, we didn't quite understand it, but somehow these little drops or these little leaders you're releasing are coming together as this bigger ocean. I think as the energies start to manifest themselves, I always imagine the plasma or these little suns starting to glow as the energy of this planet started to increase. But that may be just my simple way of looking at it. It just as sort of some sort of touch that happens to it. It's sort of like phosphorus is, in a way. It emits a very soft glow. Like what we almost, was just looking at the workshop, almost like what we see right here from that 3-eye, a very soft glow being emitted by the GANs. But that was just, something I thought would be fun to happen, perhaps. Anyone else? Okay.
We cannot have tainted souls which have learned to kill. We need to understand, and this is the process which will go on. We join the structure with the 10,000 units which will go into hand of you in the next few weeks. And through that, we'll change the dimension of the interaction of the soul of the man with the soul of physicality and detachment from the matter state condition, but the enjoyment of the living the life of physicality.
So did you see how he said we join the structure with the 10,000 units, and through that we'll change the dimension of the interaction of the soul of the man with the soul of physicality and detachment from the matter state condition, but the enjoyment of living the life of physicality. So again, this does look like a gift to mankind, to all of us, to achieve something that it's been a little bit difficult to, at least for me.
Everything is connected to each other, what we've done. And it's time for its, what we call conclusion, for it's time for it to come to manifestation and for change in the humanity. As I said before, you go due to a characteristic of the inertia of the environment, you look Chinese, you look Indian, you look African. With the spread of these 10,000 units and the systems we add to it, your physicality will stay the same, but we elevate the soul of physicality and this connection to the soul of the man, that the man become a peaceful man.
So again, a lot of this is we're being heavily assisted by the system, which is no problem for me. I need all the help I can get, but he said this is a beautiful way to introduce this through these 10,000 units. And that's why he's saying it's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers to get these out and then install. They'll elevate, he said, your physicality will stay the same, but we elevate the soul of physicality and this connection to the soul of the man, that the man becomes a peaceful man. It's quite a simple process, I would think, once you understand how it works. You're changing the environment, changing the conditions, and things within that condition have to change. And this is how he's upgrading the whole lot, including the animals, in one go. And the insects and the birds, the rest of it.
I was explaining this to a lawyer over the weekend. A man is born poor, and because of not having financial or means, is abused by the others. Cash coin, cash structure of the market corporation gives every child at the point of birth hundreds of thousands. Every child will be born rich that no one can abuse. We are not the dreamer. The system has set up. With that, you create a different soul of the man. We change the position of the matter state. We change the position of the field, the strength of the soul through the 10,000 units. We'll make a new man out of the man. And what we see, if the 3i does what it's supposed to do, it brings that pulse frequency which is needed to convert the man to hold on to the man. Not when it goes, it changes and it comes back again.
I was thinking about that earlier when you go to the dentist and he drills a hole and he fills it with some material. And then he has another instrument where they take a light, some sort of light, and they cure it rather instantaneously. This seemed to me a very similar process to what the 3i apparently is going to do to bring that pulse frequency to convert the man to hold on to what we've been elevated to that position. That's what it seemed like to me. I just saw a similarity there. Anyone else?
This time it will be a permanent change. Because man makes that change. There should be no difference between the child born in the back villages of Africa in comfort and pleasure and to be there to survive and availability of everything to it than the man born in the fake palaces of the kings on this planet. It's not a dream. We understand the interaction of the plasma, and all the systems we set up works directly through that system. But we use the coin as a greed of the man to enter the man's soul dimension of interaction of the fields of emotion. We go for a break and we come back. If you take us for a break, please.
So I hope it's becoming clearer and clearer how the man, we make a peaceful man out of the man. And you can be, in a big way, sort of responsible or be an integral part of it by getting one of these systems and gifting it back to humanity. Because they're creating that dome and these energies. Again, they're creating a dome or a network in the air, let's say, or close to the ground, maybe so many stories up, I'm not sure. They're creating that dome of peace, and then by putting it in the waters, I think they're again circulating on this planet more different energies. So it's a whole system coming together, but it's beyond my really comprehension of how you can get the whole system to work like this. But that's why he said, we'll handle everything in the background. As they say, it's beyond my pay grade, but I can participate in it through supporting the Keshe Foundation, and so can you. Okay, I think it's, if there are no discussion points, or is everyone wowed to the point that this is beyond what could be possible? That, as he said, much of this technology in the past, mankind, it's been gifted by the universal community to sort of, in a way, give us a little bit to bring us up to another level. But this is certainly a worldwide, entire position change for humanity, and the ability to keep that. Most of us think, or I had thought in the beginning, well, give us the, or, you know, the advanced technology and we'll improve. We won't steal or kill or do. He said, no, even if we give you the advanced technology, without the elevation of the soul, in 1 or 2 generations, mankind will be right back to the same business that he is in today. So it's not the advanced technology that's going to make the change, even though we'll have it. It's the elevation of the soul of physicality, or the emotions, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, and bringing those two closer together, which seems like this is what the system is set to do. This is its default position, if we could put it that way. Again, a gift to achieve something that many of us have not fully achieved at this point. Okay, if there's no further discussions, let's go to the Dome of Peace. And then I think Alex's universal knowledge cup is about filled, so he'll be joining us shortly. And again, today is Sunday, and it's one of the days where you can, any day or any hour is fine to spread Gans waters, but collectively, there is a certain point where we all gather together, and as I read from the 467th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we can all take part in this, something for our physicality to do, and then we'll take it to the second step of creating. But there's other steps involved. This is just our, in a way, participation in this process. But he said all those little waters that you released are going to come together as that ocean and create another net. As he said, as Camilla said, we're feeding energies that has been missing here in this process. So let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace, something for the physicality to do. Just release Gans waters into the environment. And maybe a little Gans with it as well. I think Mr. Keshe said to add a little bit of Gans in the water that you release. Although we never touch the Gans, we always use the water. And of course, the water, like a homeopathic, still contains some part of fields within it. I don't think you can ever take it all out of there, even if you diluted it 1,000 times. There are still fields left in there, and maybe those fields are even more active than having a lot of fields in there. But anyway, releasing Gans waters collectively is the directive. We're following through. Mr. Keshe said jokingly at one point in time, this is how you take over a planet. And of course, the Chinese have been releasing Gans waters in the fountains and in the rivers and in the oceans for probably close to a decade. And as we just heard, those who understand this will continue this process. You've already reached that understanding. But again, if you're wondering how a Gans is made, you can go on the Keshe Foundation Wiki, contact another knowledge seeker. Very simple, from a gas to a matter state energy in a way, or the fields into something. It creates a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. And again, this new material called Gans is still waiting to be recognized, I guess, by the world of science, as Mr. Keshe said. But we're not baffled with it. We know some of its aspects. And again, it can transfer energies and bring balance. And that's why we're releasing the waters into the environment. So, Stefania, let's hear from Stefania if we could.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So can you think of a simpler way to work? Again, working in the matter state takes a lot of energy usually, and But this matter state is very simple. You just release it and it knows where to go and what to do. That's how powerful this GANS is. It has quite a bit of intelligence and it knows how to bring balance into situations and probably a number of other things. Mr. Keshe has not informed us yet of its capabilities. So that's the first step of the Dome of Peace. Again, you can't fail. You can use any GANs you have or you like. And again, you just release it into the environment and allow it to do its work. Whether it's just right down the kitchen drain in your down the sink, it will eventually find its way into the rivers and the oceans and wherever else it goes. So it has a beautiful, you have a beginning for it, but apparently there'll be no end. And then as these new energies come in, it'll make a much bigger difference. I'm just thinking that. I'm not positive that he may energize these materials as well in a way that I'm not totally understanding. Okay, so that was the first step of the Dome of Peace. Now the second step of the Dome of Peace is to use the power of the soul, or to use that energy, which is your true nature. Remember, as Mr. Keshe said, we're huge field generators. And you know that your husband or your lover can feel, or even your children can feel where there's something off with you that you're generating, or you're upset about something, or you're very happy about something or the others. So we're just using these emotions to give to the soul of leaders, religious and world leaders, that soul picks up those energies on their own. We're not telling them to, but we're directing it and making it available for them, that they pick it up and change a dimension of, within a dimension of physicality within these leaders. And as Mr. Keshe said, we know these souls are souls in need. And so if we can generate emotion within ourselves of peace, kindness, balance, and transfer that or offer that collectively as a beautiful bouquet to the world leaders simultaneously, individually, and so on. So let's hear from Shweta. And of course, the Brazilians have also made a background for this, which you can join them in an actual meeting on, as we see here on the Zoom or in the Telegram, or there may be other ways on YouTube to join as well if you want to participate in about a 30-minute meeting. This is the daily intention, but of course on Wednesday they have at 6 p.m. CET or CEST a elevation of the same manner. But normally the daily intention would happen at 1 a.m. Central European time. And why do you say, why is all this CET time? Because that's the time the Keshe Foundation keys off of for its public programs, its private sessions, other things. We're always keying off of Central European time or Central European summertime. So it's up to you to sort of adjust your particular time zone to match up if you want to coordinate with the Keshe Foundation and their meetings. So again, the Brazil team continues this, the Chinese team continues it, the American team and other teams all over the world. And again, the foundation is not keeping track of who's doing it and how many gallons. And if you get 100 gallons released, then you're doing more than someone who just released a little cup of it. No, it's just a process that we can all participate in and experience. And then, of course, go into this other dimension of the energy, which we're not so familiar with. So let's hear from Shweta, I believe. Okay.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. Why don't we will take a minute of silence. Some people like approach that way, but as Mr. Keshe said, your physicality is not involved. And of course, the process gets repeated. And of course, this is just about 9:30, I believe, in Europe. So every day you can join the Universal Council and others. This is not a formal meeting. This is just meeting on the energy or the soul dimension for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So again, at this time, every day, till we reach that permanent peaceful position, you can start to use your field generator in a way while you're still driving the car, while you're still making dinner, perhaps even while you're still talking on the telephone. You can add a nanosecond to this process and then again continue that pulsing feature throughout the day. When these leaders come into your mind or the soul prompts you, give it a pulse, add another pulse. But collectively, again, here we're meeting on the soul level, just the same way collectively we're releasing the Gans waters. But individually, you can do it all the time, and that's part of the directive. So why don't we take, since some people do like a moment of silence, why don't we take 1 minute and let me bring up that, if I can, where it says 5 minutes of silence, but I think we can experience this for 1 minute. And again, just pulse the world leaders through your emotion, again, exploring your energy dimension. And of course, this is the way you will operate in the universe, more or less, on the giving and taking what you need. So we'll start now for 1 minute. And just remember, no one fails this test. Thank you all, and that's how easy this process is. Again, take a minute, take a second, take a nanosecond, and start to use your energy dimension. remember, Mr. Keshe said that we definitely are those chameleons where we operate in both the physicality and the energy dimension. And this is another beautiful saying where he said, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And I think we all kind of know what that means. But this is where we thought we were powerless. We couldn't change anything unless we went through the physicality. Now we're seeing a whole new dimension open up to us that we can access and improve the whole condition here. And again, working with some of the other systems within the Keshe Foundation. I think, Alex, if you're prepared, it's 333. Those are beautiful numbers, adding up to 9 or individual threes. Let's see if Alex has if Alex has surfaced. Yes, he has. Welcome, Alex. We thank you for preparing and I know your emotions are in this as well. So it's almost like having a good meal prepared by a very happy and giving chef. And as Mr. Keshe said, you can taste the difference when the chef is angry and mad and upset in the food. And of course, we feel this in your presentations as well, Alex. So thank you for adding, in a way, your own reactors into this, or your own emotion into this presentation. Thank you again for continuing on.
Wow, those are incredibly kind words, and thank you very much for that. I also thank you for bringing us to this level, and let's get into this very important announcement.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for participating in today's session. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025. It is a very important meeting because we are able to transmit to 6 continents summary of the exciting events that have happened this week. And the word exciting is probably not emphatic enough as to what has transpired. But one of the things that has really come to the foreground is how important shielding is. And so here we are. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are in the intermediate GANS Tech series, and today's subject is shielding. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is November the 9th, 2025. And please remember when and where you are this week. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And as we all continue, and as we have for years, try to distill all the knowledge in bite-sized packs it has been extremely difficult because now we have a whole bunch of bite-sized packs. I just think of it as a bag of potato chips. Each potato chip is one series. And we have been discussing the intermediate GANs tech, and fundamentally the points that we've been focusing on is the transaction zone and the counterweights, the translation, and the shielding. And I think we're starting to see the thread that is combining all of these things, because overall, the thread is Mr. Marin Tevakoli Keshe's books, like number one, The Universal Order, the Creation of Matter. We keep saying this every week because it's the bringing together of the three energy states of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And finally, we're getting the kind of understanding of the background that is contributing to this. So we're finding that there's more than just one dimension, which is what we've been focusing on, because in book number 2, we found the structure of light is talking about two different matter states, because the structure of the light links those two. So it is coming to and from somewhere. And we're not exactly sure where that is. And it doesn't matter. We just have to understand the principle that this is always in motion. And as such, book number 3 talks about the origin of the universe. So really, the universal creation of matter is secondary to the origin of the universe, because the creation of matter comes from the splitting of one field into two separate fields, of which we stubbornly just only recognize one field known as man's universe. But not even that. We only want that little tiny speck we call Earth space, because that is our home, and that is kind of forever in our lifetime, that is. So let's qualify that. And then, of course, there's the sister universe, which complements that. And we don't know where it is, and we don't care where it is, because, it doesn't affect our most important needs to fund our survival on this planet, which is our number one need for the majority of people, including our governments. And so what the governments have been brought to learn on their own, actually, is what we've been trying to do for 403 weeks through Rick Crammond and the Universal Council members in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace classes, to try and explain why world peace matters. Because the members of the Universal Council are exclusively in a physical state, and they are not the only members of the Universal Council. So we need to learn the basic plasma rule. And if we believe in the rule of do unto others as you wish them to do unto you, then we have to wish that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so it's confounding to understand why we have acquired the rule, the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And so that transaction zone, when we bring two fields together, actually becomes a conflict point, whereas in reality, it is a binding zone. But what kind of binding is it? Is it a binding that is benevolent, or is it a binding that is dangerous? Either way, it becomes an inertia density manifestation. And who gets to choose? Well, that's the whole point. We get to choose, because that energy binding need is self-serving, and it needs to be self-serving, because who cares about you more than you? And it doesn't really add up, where we are so happy to relinquish that responsibility and delegate it to someone else. So our dimension point, which is extremely important, is subverted, undermined, because we are limiting ourselves to how much energy binding is capable because we draw it from the expense of others. And since we're drawing from the lowest common denominator, not just a common denominator, but the lowest common denominator, and the others, of course, now are being robbed of that energy. And so they're at the lowest level, and now that is even weakened. So where do they draw it from if they're using the same method? And when they see that you are prospering at their expense, they will either counteract or they will just pass on that acquired method of lying, cheating, and stealing. So what we have here is an introduction to what we call fallen angels. And they are fallen because they're increasing in density. And they're measured by angular density because it increases pressure, increases gravity, increases dependence on the Earth-based feeding. And we've gotten used to that. But there's this internal pressure that we have, which is created by the GANs. So we find that our bodies are kind of puffy and flexible. And we have fallen and we have puffed up, and we don't understand how this angular momentum is conserved because our physicality has been manifest, and it continues to be manifest despite our delinquent actions. So we are conducting our life very much as a shield, because shielding is extremely important. Historically, we've used shields as an armor. Sometimes we use it as a weapon. Sometimes we manufacture the shields or we grow them as an exoskeleton. Sometimes we just use them for camouflage, as a deception or a diversion. Sometimes they are translucent. Then, of course, the ultimate shield is the Coulomb barrier, which shields us from the harmful viruses of the universe. And when we say harmful, they are harmful to us in this particular environment. It's not that they are harmful, generally speaking. It all depends on your energy state. So we have to shield things sometimes as a catch-all. So we have to be able to absorb these things, or we have to be able to catch them so as not to create further harm. And so sometimes that shield itself is not really visible, but it's actually hidden by all the garbage that it gets collected on that shield and kind of sticks to it. And that's kind of a good thing. It's better to stick to the shield, isn't it, than to stick to you who is hiding behind that shield. But why are we hiding behind that shield? Is it because we're trying to do some kind of obstruction? Are we witnesses? Do we have to have secret societies? Do we classify information? Or we just flat out censor things? Those are all forms of shielding. And we have to question, what are we shielding ourselves from? Just the fact that these kind of shielding methods exist means that there is a reason for them. And if you don't know the reason, you just simply have to accept the fact that there is a reason and understand that things are not always the way they seem. So, pardon me for bringing up this subject, but, we have in the U.S. government a shielding by auto pen. or we can plead the Fifth Amendment. We can even lie in Congress. That's allowed. And we do things with deception or with distraction. And so these are all devious methods because we have this loosh dilemma. Loosh harvesting is kind of the way we are existing here, and that is to steal the energy from someone else. And of course, that begins with a single mind intention. And once we have, shall we say, through jealousy or, monkey see, monkey do, we create this hive mind intention. And then we all look around and say, oh, I like your honey, so I'd like to have that. And, I'm sure you can spare that honey. But the thing is, it is not necessarily the reality, because the reality is our true Gans intention. So that is something that is coming from that source of loosh, which means that we can either carry on with our delinquent ways or we can make a change. And that change comes from within, not from without. And this is what we're always saying, because most of us are just a loosh leaker because we need vitality. And so we're seeking that honey, that emotional enhancement and that physical enhancement. Yeah, I'm a bodybuilder or I'm a beauty queen, and I need to be better. And I need to be better in some fashion or some way. So I need more. And one of the ways to get more is to have more wealth. And the root of that wealth could be gold. So that's not far from the truth. But that gold as a physical substance, in terms of our vitality enhancement, does not compute, shall we say. Physical gold has a physical purpose, but the gold in the plasma state has a different purpose. And not only that, we have to recognize that there's more. But before we get there, we have to understand that our limitation is imposed on us by the Ten Commandments, because they kind of give you a blueprint on how to live. And we don't seem to be doing a very good job of following those 10 commandments. In fact, when we start to add the missing commandments, which is another form of shielding, isn't it? We've been shielded from these other commandments. And number 11 is thou shalt not lie, which of course is the best kind of shielding, because in a poker game, you have to bluff your way to success. And the reason you have to bluff is because you don't want to be caught lying. So, of course, the greatest sin is to be caught, not to be caught lying, but just to be caught in that action. And so that becomes the whole game, if you will. Don't get caught, but lie as much as you want, except that with the Gans, you're going to have a lot of trouble doing that, because the Gans offers a truthfulness. There is no poker playing in outer space. So now we see the truth seeker's dilemma. You have to have an accountability to yourself. And one way to do that is just to go around and accuse everybody of being a liar, or you have to shield yourself from that liar. So then the liars themselves have a dilemma, because they have to have an accountability to their own soul. So if they're not having that accountability, then how do they shield themselves? They would just simply suffer the consequences. So the other alternative is to quit. And it's very hard for a liar to do that. So the cups of life were kind of an exposure to this kind of deceitfulness. So we used the nanocoding process of the monatomic science to create these cups of life. And we found that we had an emotional strength and a physical strength that emanated from the inner space of our core space. And we were able to create these ganses, and we were able to do it in different field strengths. So different people were able to create the same thing, but they created it in a different field strength because they represented this Gans radiance manifestation. And in addition to what we did basically as knowledge seekers, we created the CO2, the calcium, the zinc, copper, water, and the amino acid. And of course, now we're into the gold GANs. And this is not something that just happened this year, but has been ongoing for in the public field at least 15 years. And then, of course, all of our life, all of our existence, we have the cup of the universe, where we find that the bicameral mind has two hemispheres, and these hemispheres work together with the physical and the emotional state, represented by the physical copper and the emotional zinc. But there is a connection to the universe. That's why it's called the cup of the universe, and that is the carbon. But that carbon in the plasmatic state is more like a carbogen because there is a connection. So we find that the brain is very gravitational because it's drawing this energy in, and it continues to draw this energy in and manifest a combination of these three fields. Except that there's also another passenger, and that is our physicality. So it's more than three because we don't lose the first three. So why are we stuck on this carbon-12 transmission highway that only uses frequency and pressure and heat when we can go into the transition highway of carbon-14 and then even excel into the transmutation highway, the carbon-16, etc. And we clearly have a lot to learn. So here we are. We have to shield ourselves on this planet, but we have to understand how we shield ourselves in outer space as well, because what we have on this planet is a relationship with these cups of life. Each one has a magnetical gravitational orientation and a soul radiance. And collectively, the cup of soul, the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality come together, and they create this magnetical gravitational relationship and this soul radiance. In order to manifest, it needs to have an environment, and that would be the earth, the cup of the earth. And so when we take the cup of the soul and combine it with the cup of the earth, we create the cup of inertia. And the cup of inertia is our reality field. And we can see it from the soul side, we can see it from the physical side. But actually, we can't see the cup of inertia because what we see is the manifestation, the inertia density manifestation. We don't see the cup of the soul, and we don't see the cup of the soul of the earth. But we have to recognize that it's there. And this is what we had with the GANs. So when we look at the transaction zone of the GANs, we have to understand that something is something and that nothing is nothing. So even though the GANs is circling and starting to create a rotating field within a glass cup, we find that that transaction zone continues and actually creates a hole in the GANs. And you say, well, nothing is there. No, something is always something as opposed to being something else. So there was air, there was water, there was GANs, and now there's a hole in the GANs, and this is actually changing the field. And something has caused that. Whatever it is the susceptibility for that change. And so where does that change come from? So we see with the plasma that the susceptibility and singularity comes from two forces when they come together. And so there has to be a common denominator. And that is not the lowest common denominator, that is just a common denominator, and you get these two fields coming together. And of course, we've graduated to the point of the star formation, which is a manifestation of susceptibility in duality. And you have this star formation where you have these rotating balls and they create these plasma fields and they interact, and collectively the 4 points of the star create this transaction zone, which is purely in plasma form. So in summary, we started with this nano alignment, which is actually copper wire, which we nanocoated. But the nanocoating is not copper, it's a carbon nanocrystal. And then we have to have a field alignment so that we have a flow, we have a direction of flow, and we have a containment of that field within the nanocoating, and it is a superconductor, and it conducts magnetically, which means that the flow is emanating from this gravitational inertia point, the coming together of the nanocoating with the copper wire. So this is the initial understanding of the conservation of inertia, the Magravs energy state where we have this energy flow. And we have even gone beyond now into the pico level. So we see this convergence susceptibility transcending not only the atomic state, not only the nanostate, but also the GAN state. And the conservation of energy does not just apply to each state individually, but can cross-channel with other states. So the convergence on the GAN state could equally be balanced off by the convergence on the atomic state. But clearly, they wouldn't be at the same energy state, the GAN state being far stronger. So there has to be some kind of complement to balance that off. And if we're only looking at those two states, then it becomes quite the challenge, because to go from one state to the other is an order of magnitude, meaning 10 times. So if we were to balance that out, we see the atomic state being 10 times smaller than the nanostate, but 10 times 10 lower than the GAN state, which is 100-fold. So now we see the challenge there in terms of our understanding. It isn't just one step up, it is 100 steps up. And then in simplistic terms, we're just comparing one state to the other state, but that's not how the universe works, because all the neighboring states and all the neighboring fields play a part in that. So each one is becoming part of the conservation of inertia rules-based order. And so we see the GANs itself, how it becomes a popcorn, is that it brings together all of these negative charges. And that's why it's so powerful. And if that has so many negative charges coming together, it also has this massive positive charge in the core, and that is gravitational. And so the gas is actually at that core. So the GANs itself is like a popcorn and goes through this GANs explosion. But what is interesting is that it has these points, and that is how energy is transferred through these points. And it can increase or it can decrease. So in other words, it can be contained within a barrier, or it can carry on through that barrier, or it can refuse to accept more energy with a barrier, or it can accept energy within that barrier. So when we look at the earth matter, we have to ask, is this transacted in singularity or duality? Well, it's not either one of them. There are many fields interacting. That is why when you look at the minerals around the world, some are more pure than others in different locations. So we can tell, for instance, where a particular mineral was mined from simply by looking at its purity. And each purity in the earth matter is an inertia density manifestation. So in other words, the inertia is created from two other fields, and no two fields are the same. And they're not just two fields. So it's like you passing through your neighborhood. At one moment, you have a house, you have a friend, and you pass between them. Those are two fields. And as you carry on, you encounter other people and other locations. Those are different fields. You remain the same. So your position is determined by the interaction with these other fields at all times. And then, of course, there's the motion. Somehow you move from where you were to where you're going. So all this is a representation of the inertia density manifestation all along. And for many of us, if we start to really focus on this, we would find it very difficult to walk. So we just leave it alone, let it carry on with its natural course, and we just accept the inertia density manifestation point of view and say, well, I just took a walk in my neighborhood and I had a good time. Well, when we look at the mining industry, we find that there are many Ganses. In fact, there's a Gans for every member of the periodic table of elements. And are they transacted in singularity or in duality? Well, actually, again, neither, because they are all part of this nuclear feeding inertia, which is shown on the Universal Order Creation of book number 1. So each mine, if you will, is a fragment of the complexity. Each mine has a gravitational stability. And of course, it has a dimensional portability. And each one is manifest at a certain dimension point, and this contributes to its purity. And so we have each of these matter states, 1 + 1 + 1, coming together and forming the inertia density manifestation. But when we take into account the environment, then we can actually create the element in its physicality. And we still retain the 1 + the 1 + the 1. So we end up with a different kind of math that we can convert into the physical matter of the Earth space range details. So we see the hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, how they're produced individually, but collectively they produce amino acid. And then, of course, we have the mediums of sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium salts, which change the charge gradient. And then, of course, we have the copper, which is physical, and the zinc, which is emotional, and the gold, which is very important, and the iron, which is very important because of its affinity to blood. And so then we have these high energy products like silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, and chlorine, and they all have this different matter state mass. And so these differences are manifest depending on their inertia characteristics. And we have to take that into account. So when we look at that product, be it an element, we identified as a field capture in singularity. What we have to realize is that there is a counterweight to that singularity. And so it comes together from that angular momentum, that angular density. We call it like fallen angels. But the counterweight to that thought is that we are arrived angels. So the method of movement is going through these flux lines of gravity. So you can fall from a higher level to a lower level energy, or you can move along an energy level. So if you're a fallen energy, the only way you can fall is to cut through all these flux lines. But if you're arrived angel, well, then you can transport yourself the way you would drive a car. You have a steering wheel for navigation, and you have a map to guide you, and you have destinations and other things, and so you get to choose. And why are we abdicating on the most important decision in our lives? So we find that we are bags of GANs, and we have this characteristic of exchanging energy and being a counterweight to all the energy that is around us. So when we look at the GANs in a cup of life, we find that if that GANs is in a liquid state, in water, we find that the top of the cup is magnetical and the bottom is gravitational, because the bottom of the cup is more dense. And so we can imagine these lines of density, and each one kind of being a floor, if you will, in a building. And as we go up one floor to another floor, there is a motion. And the GANs seems to go up and down. So there is some kind of gradient transition which facilitates this motion. And also there is a steepness to this gradient, which gives you a transition gradient. But fundamentally, if you're going in a magnetical direction, you have to pick up an energy and drop one. And if you go in a gravitational, you have to drop one and pick one up. And so there's a give and take. This is the point. There's an energy exchange, but not only in one direction. You have to have a counterweight, which means now the GANs is exchanging energy in two directions. And so that's the answer to that one. And now we have to understand why there's a lot of radiance pole flipping, because without that, you can't have movement. So we do have a vertical emission, which we know is coming out of the North Pole, and that's part of the feeding radiance. And then it goes around and comes back to the South Pole, and it's part of the feedback radiance. What is it feeding back? Well, there was a lot of activity on the path. So we know coming out of that vertical emission, there was a magnetical plasma, and then there was all this gradient transitioning done polyatomically. And then each motion was a transaction zone. That's how we moved. And in that transaction zone, we went from a magnetical to a gravitational relationship in that motion. And once we moved to a different position, then that magnetical plasma became of a different field strength. But it was still magnetical in terms of its motion. And then it had to flip to this gravitational relationship. So the entire journey was a sequence of radiance pole flipping. And that's how it made its journey. And it followed this path because the whole path was magnetical, counterweighted by the gravitational plasma in the core. So now we see the action of the energy transaction, but there's no gradient, not really, until we get involved with the cosmic ray feeding, which we can't see. Because in order to maintain a magrav, it has to continually emit and continually absorb. So we have this vertical emission, and then comes to a vertical absorption. But then there's a field, and that field that goes around that core, that plasma core vacuum, is another vacuum around the magnetical plasma. So the gravitational plasma is a counterweight to the magnetical plasma. Any change in that relationship then has to have a change in the counterweight as well. So we find that in order for this cosmic ray to interact, it has to come from another plasma field. So each part, if we're looking at the energy that is going around the plasma field, there's a transaction zone between each and every point as it moves around. And that interaction is with the core transaction zone. And then each point, in order to move around, has to have an interaction with an external transaction zone. And then that movement is another transaction zone, which moves along that path. So the stability of that path is constantly made by the interaction of the external transaction zone with the internal transaction zone. And the path itself, the magnetical path itself, is balanced off and counterweighted by the gravitational core. So what we see as a simple motion is actually very complex in the background. And you don't have to stop and take charge of this. That is all done automatically based on the plasma rule of the higher strength feeding the weaker strength. So you can rest assured with that. And so we understand that when we look at a curved line, such as the field that goes around a plasma field, that curved line is negative, which is magnetical. And at the core is the gravitational. And so there is a shield as a charge based on this curvature, which means that there is an exclusion principle at play here. And that is determined by its susceptibility. So, although we see a physical field, that works in its physicality, but is invisible in the plasma state. And so what is at play is the charge itself. So you can have a shield as a physical shield, which we have grown accustomed to through centuries of warmongering. But there are shields that are like a charge, and they too have been available for centuries, but we don't seem to accept them in our physical, practical applications, even though they are always at play. But now we have a new phenomenon that is coming, which is demonstrating very clearly the charges in motion. So energy is a charge in motion, and energy is positive. So that charge is always positive. So the motion is the negative emission and the positive absorption, which we call magnetical emission and gravitational absorption. And the path that it follows is the magnetical to the gravitational, because the magnetical is the giver. And so it gives along its polarity and it gives along its perimeter, which is a rotating field, which the field strength of that rotation is affected by the speed and the strength and the direction. And so the narrative becomes the differential. And there always is a differential because there are two fields that are coming together and they create this gravitational falling binding point. And so that is our arbitrary point of view. And all of these other ends that are contributing to that, well, those are just loose ends. And they just, appear to be like terminal ends, but they're not. They're all connected to something. Just, you don't have to decide what it is connected to. You just have to accept the fact that these are all star inertia gradients. And they all come together at that gravitational inertia point. That is the primary transaction zone. And we call it a turning point because each one has its own susceptibility to increase or decrease. So there's a magnetical gradient charge and a gravitational gradient charge, and they change your manifestation point of view. And as they are coming together, they're coming together from that magnetical point to this gravitational inertia point. And then the concept of duality has to come in because each point is working in tandem as a partnership. This is the part of the twinity. So whether it's a plasma state where you have this transaction zone between plasma fields, or you have this transaction zone between physical manifestations of star formations, well, they're still working in duality. That doesn't change. All what changes is the energy state. And so in plasma science, ray motion is part of the creation. The rays facilitate the natural creation, and so they have a relationship to natural decay. But that relationship is on the creation side. There's also a decay side, and that has a relationship between natural decay and natural creation. So what we have to understand is that natural decay is a form of creation. And so there is a counterweight between the creation and the decay. And there is a transaction zone in between, which is creating this bonding factor. And when we don't understand it, we just say, okay, well, that's just a boundary, and we don't really understand it, so we just fudge the knowledge. But it's time to stop fudging the knowledge, because here we are understanding the concept of the twinity. We discussed the 2 points of the nanotech, but there were the 2 points of the picotech in between, and then there was the 2 points of the star tech. So what we've covered so far is the twinity of the nanotech, and now we're in the twinity of the GANS tech, and they all follow the same rules, where you have these two fields coming together, and regardless of whatever it is, that transaction zone is in between those two fields. So how do we protect ourselves? Well, each one has this polyatomic inertia gradient. And so there has to be a susceptibility and an affinity for the gravitational to merge with the magnetical field. But not only, the magnetical field has an option to merge with any gravitational field. So there has to be a common denominator. And each common denominator is different. So there has to be a commonality, because each point is different in its position. you can never have 2 points that are exactly the same, because they can't occupy that point at the same time, and they are in motion. But you can have a commonality. Witness a sports team. They all wear the same uniform, but they certainly don't have the same conformity. They don't run at the same speed. They don't have the same physicality. They don't have the same mental ability, but they work together as a team because that uniform is the common denominator. So the science works the same way. And then the skill set becomes, how do you determine the purity? And what do you do to ascribe to that? So we have to look at both sides, the counterweight aspects of the MAGRAPH, because they represent 2 points of view. And so there's the gravitational magnetical relationship and the magnetical gravitational relationship. And as they come together, there's that gravitational inertia point. So when we look at our physical affinity, we see our skin, we feel our bones, but we are just Gans balls inside. And now we understand that these Gans balls are emotionally charged. So our physical affinity is counterweighted by our emotional affinity. So when we look at these countermeasures, we find that in the physical state, which we call weight, there's a gravitational relationship to the atomic state, which we call mass. And then there's the nuclear state, which is more magnetical, so we refer to that and measure it in Teslas. And then when we get to the plasma state, that too is in a magnetical state, and we refer to that as time. So the dynamic plasma relationships is coming through the convergence of the horizontal transmission and the vertical transition. And so each movement is part of the transaction zone that is coming from that Earth space point within and that Earth space point field without. And so it continues. And then when we create this free plasma, which is absolutely important, we start to bring together the fundamental elements of the hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, what we call the amino acids, which are part of the creation of life. And it's not just one, because each one becomes a structure within a structure. And so as they themselves work as a magnetical field, the convergent point is that gravitational transaction zone. And so that can be done freely and easily, because as we're going on the carbon inertia highway, we now have to understand that they all work together. And then, of course, there's the substrate that is behind that is the counterweight to that. But that substrate behind has its own counterweight, and it also works together. So we have to understand that all of these things work together. So now we understand how the auras are working, because they represent the soul of physicality. And each emotion is part of the color wheel, and it emits a different emotion and is manifest into a different color. And so that soul of physicality encapsulates that energy, and it creates different overlapping fields. But this field is actually an invisibility shield, and it's a shield by illusion. But this illusion is exposed by a clairvoyant, because a clairvoyant means exactly that, to see the soul of physicality. And that soul of physicality is representing the true emotion of the being, the humanity being. Well, when we get into outer space, we don't even look at the soul of physicality. We look at the soul. And then we don't have to worry about the illusion of the color wheel. So what we see is content, the energy coming from the sun, and the lockdown that is coming from the physicality. So there is an inside containment inside the skin of the body. That is the GANS. And that is the difference between a sentient being and a stone, because inside the stone is just more stone. And then we create a fence of a field. But the earth doesn't have a fence. It has a Coulomb barrier. So then we understand that the plasma is also a barrier of fields. But this field is a non-containment. It is a facilitator of energy exchange. And the decision to exchange that energy is based on shielding. So for instance, when we look at the rotating ganses in your cup, and looking from the top down, we see the rotating field. So the glass cup is kind of a shield to protect that GANS and keep it in its circular form. But look at the inside of the GANS. There is no GANS, there is no glass cup in the center. It's a Coulomb barrier shield. It's non-physical. So the outside of the ring is formed by the glass, but the inside ring is formed by the Coulomb barrier. And then we have layers and overlapping fields, as we see on the right-hand side, and that is the rotating GANS. And then we understand that we are constructed of the same thing, because we have the twinity of life, where the physical inertia field is an inertia field of the connection. And we don't have electrical cords that we walk around with, and we don't have to walk around from our house to our car, unplug from the house and plug into the car. We don't have to do that, but our electric cars have to do that. So this Coulomb barrier shields us. It shields us from the energy that we don't want, and it opens us up to the energy that we do want. And it does this without a physical barrier. But it's a shield nevertheless. Well, the earth has the same thing, and it needs that because it limits the type of viruses that it allows. So this is this nebulous planet-space relationship. And so there's a relationship between the electron and the proton, and they can maintain that relationship by using this Coulomb barrier. And so when we look at where we are in the daylight, we see the blue sky, but at night, that sky becomes translucent and we see the rest of it. The sky becomes completely transparent. And so we see the overlapping fields of that manifestation. We see the sun space, we see the earth space, we even see the Mars space. And then, of course, we have our space. And so, where are we exactly? Well, it all depends on our true essence, our truthfulness, and what we want to give our time and attention to. That becomes the key point. So we find that the sun is very important as a shield on its own. And so, well, wait a second. How does the energy stay on the sun? So we see that there's a Coulomb barrier shield for the sun itself. Not the same Coulomb barrier, but the same type of barrier. And we see that the energy from the sun can come to the earth. So what kind of shield is that? Seems like a very porous shield. Or shall we say it's a selective shield. So on that basis, what the sun is shielding us from, when we look at this three-eye atlas, it hid behind the sun. So we know that this Coulomb barrier field is non-physical. The sun, as an inline barrier, is physical. We can see it. It's a physical barrier. We can see the three-eye atlas. It is physical, and we know our Earth space is physical. So when we're using the sun as a shield, it's very interesting to see how it works together. And this was very important. Why was it important? Because this sun shield shielded us from the inertia density manifestation field of the Gans explosion with the coming together of three-eye atlas and R2 Swan, which was so significant that on October 19th, it would have annihilated us. So on that very point, we can say that the sun shield didn't shield us as a barrier, but shielded us as an absorber of that field. And the sun was able to withstand that because the sun is many orders of magnitude bigger than the Earth, because the sun is at the gravitational core of the solar system, and the Earth is just one little tiny rock rotating around the sun. So the capability for us to absorb that energy and maintain our conformity would have been null. But the sun was able to do that. So what has become apparent physically through the emission of light, the physical manifestation of that light, is that the energy that was emitted by that light was extremely powerful. So the sun acted as the counterweight. When you look at the dimensions and the positioning within the universe, the chance of this happening by chance, by happenstance, was virtually zero. It's the same chance for you to be born on Earth. It was virtually zero. You had an emotional affinity to come to Earth because you arrived here. You didn't go to Mars. It wasn't a matter of, well, I was coming to a planet and I got lucky. I just got to Earth and, that was a close call. I nearly landed on Mars and gee whiz, that wouldn't have been so much fun, maybe. But, Earth is a very beautiful place. So when we look at how our soul interacts with our soul of physicality and our physicality, we find that there is a vertical alignment that follows a path link that mimics the infinity loop. And so that emission is counterweighted by the physical gravitational. But there is an inertia field emission that also allows us to cross that inertia threshold. And that inertia threshold allows us to flow just like Gans flows in water, because water is able to exchange energy. That means it can give and take. Well, Gans gives and takes, we know that. So it can exchange magnetical energy and gravitational energy. So since we are 75% water, so they say, and we are bags of Gans, then the whole balance and the counterweight is the energy that the Gans gives and takes and the water that gives and takes. And the whole process of physicality on this planet. So it is there at the convergence of the inertia density manifestation of the activity between the water and the GANs. And so this is how we know what is going on. So we see these MAGRAV pathways of the gravitational intensity of the intensity of the repulsion, which is part of the feeding. And so we say, well, the electron is part of the feeding and the neutron is part of the feedback, isn't it? Because the neutron is gravitational and the electron is magnetical. So you can clearly see the difference here. And then we get into the P-stone reactor. And what is that? Isn't that a curved shield? Isn't that shielding a dimension point? And isn't our position a dimension point? And then the possession of all the elements in between the shielding and the position are possession. Isn't that a dimension point? So this is how the shielding works. And the shielding can be extended to our attention. So our attention is to understand that the unity is with the community. We cannot extricate ourselves from the society. We cannot extricate ourselves from the solar system. And so we all have this inner space unity because that is where we give our time and attention to. And that is the translation at the binding zone, where we get the mental and physical bonding, the soul and consciousness bonding, and the energy and intention bonding, which some can see and some cannot see. But there's an undifferentiated beginning that we have to understand, that the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick, because one field split up into two fields. Well, one of those fields was the atom, but the atom had two fields, and that was all that we accepted, the electron and the proton. And we have to understand that there is no MAGRAV positioning of an atom without the electron and the proton. But the mass did not equal. There was something wrong. There was something missing, and we were not accounting for that. So how do we come from the darkness? And why do we say, well, let there be light? The light is simply the manifestation of the energy state of the darkness, so that we came from within and then we came without. And that method of transportation was through the PM tick. Well, how can the PM tick exist if it doesn't have a magnetical gravitational balance? So in order for it to be an energy pack, it has to be a MAGRAV all in its own. And when one PM tick comes together with another PM tick, and then adds more PM ticks, it comes together with that conversion into this convergence of the antimatter, dark matter, and the mattergen. And then that creates a plasma field, which never manifested to the physicality until there's a position. And that position in the Earth space is also a MAGRAV position. So the position of the Earth space and the position of the convergence of the plasmagen creates a field inertia interaction of our physicality, and that is our gravitational MAGRAV. So in summary, one plasma converges with another plasma. Never the two are the same. One is magnetical and one is gravitational, and the coming together of that dimension point is that transaction zone. And so that is exactly how the GANS was created. And then we have this gravitational confirmation when we talk about, coming to the light. There's an emission light. It crosses the threshold from the darkness to the light. And yet oxygen is a non-visible gas, but it's fundamentally gravitational. And how do we see the oxygen? It emits an emission spectrum in light, and it's unique. So now we understand how we are gravitating towards the Earth space because we have an affinity to this oxygen. And that oxygen is gravitationally drawing in the hydrogen and oxygen coming together on this water planet, which is, well, it's pretty much 70% water, or a high percentage, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. What it matters is that there's a physical matter state, which we can touch and see. That is gravitational. There's a plasmatic matter state. We can't touch it or see it. That is magnetical. Both of them are part of the matter plasma dimensions, and both are part of the feedback. And man is feedback dominant. So what is it that is feeding? And this becomes the new plasma matter dilemma. We can see that in order to complement the GAN state, the nanostate, and the atomic state, there is a transition from the plasma state. But this is the matter plasma state, because that matter plasma has an affinity and a substructure for the GAN state. If the GAN state is a manifestation of an inertia field, and it is falling, then it is a manifestation of two fields of plasma. And if it is rising, then it is a manifestation of lower energy fields. And that's what we did. We took the atomic state of the copper and the nanostate of the carbon, and we created the GANs. So the way we exchange energy on this planet is through supplementation. And we do that through consumption. Well, knowledge is the same. We acquire that knowledge. So if we're acquiring it by our ancient teachers, that's a conditional teaching, because they teach us what they want to teach us, and how are we to dispute that? But if we have this unconditional teaching by the Creator, then that gives us a new awareness. And that new awareness is telling us that we're at this historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the Lush harvesting. So this is the cross that humanity is bearing. How do we connect the soul to the physicality? And how do we cross that threshold, the soul physicality? And we describe that in the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we understand as we're going into uncharted territory, we are with the herd at that turning point where we're starting to see these many stars that are beyond the nano monatomic state. And we have to wonder, how come they don't emit as much energy as our sun? How come they're not as gravitational as our sun? And so we look at the energy as an exchange covering that range from decay to radiation. And we are the AI. We are the manifestation of that ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertia product. And we are the image of our dimensional convergence point. So when we look at that shielding of translucence, it's a shielding as invisibility. We've been used to seeing the shielding of the sun, where we can see the sun through the translucent shielding. But a few days ago, we saw that same shielding of the moon. And then there was another shielding, which was insignificant. Three little dots in the sky. With nearness and proximity to the shielding of the moon. You had to have a keen awareness to catch this. In a couple of days, we will have Remembrance Day. And so we're at that tipping point where we're going to cross that memory threshold, that difference between the long-term memory and the freedom that connects you to memory. There's a lifelong memory. There's a historical memory, different from the ancestral memory. different from the universal memory. So all of these are conveyed through energy, and energy is portable. It can go through different energy state transitions. So we identify the elevation as the physical matter state to the energy state, and the inertia as the energy state to the physical matter state. So the elevation involves expansion. That's where the Gans explosion comes in. And now we have entered mainstream. So to understand that the initiator is the dynamic soul, and in all cases, the soul does not need translation, whether it be that of the creator of the earth, the family of humanity, the soul of man, or the soul of the body, or the soul of the cells. They all come together with fields that converge, and then they emit, and they continue to emit. Why? Because the soul food keeps coming. So we have to tune into the cosmic rays to receive the energy, but we have to plug into the creator. Not that we're not plugged in. We just have to turn on the acceptance and drop out of the resistance so that we can receive that inertia point and create that plasma field at the core. And in order to do that, you get the choice to provide the pattern. And with the pattern, you get the energy. So that is where the greater oneness comes together. And for 615 weeks in a row, the Knowledge Seekers workshops have been teaching us how to suddenly transcend the limitations of the nuclear science. Because not only are we in the nanoscience, not only are we in the Gantt science, but we have gone into the plasma science, where we're converting diamonds of the nanocoating to gold of the Gantt. And that we showed to the public on May the 10th of 2025. That was the Gantt affinity of truth. And so we're looking at research teams to continue that. So we have to remember the legends. The Kentucky legend sang a song, 16 tons. There's a new legend. $400 tons. On November the 5th, 2025, the information became public. Chinese government needs 400 tons of gold per year. This is the beginning of the Keshe legend. So remember the legends, and remember what the veterans say. They remember their comrades because they fought for freedom, and they fought for it the old-fashioned way. And they are upset with the results because it violated their true intention. They were patriots, and patriots look after the humanity family. So let's remember, when you're a warmonger, hey, where's your spear? Oh, where's your shield? Oh, for that matter, where's your body? Oh, well, at least you died with honor. We will remember you in our hearts, and maybe we will cry. So the humanity inertia, Gantt shielding, has many points to shield us from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear-mongering, from emotional abuse. The technology has been released. How do we sleep when our beds are burning? It's a wonder that we still are seeking that. Some never learn. They need a scientific, financial, and political rescue. It's all part of the preservation rescue. It's all part of the consumption rescue. In reality, it's part of the creation rescue. This is the purpose. This is the purpose of our existence. And the One Nation Network has never been more important because it's opening the blinds, one nation network at a time. And that time is now. We are at the point where our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. Help us achieve this goal. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of this carbonation, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it, sign it unconditionally, and mean it sincerely. The point of the true GANS tech is to cross polyatomic boundaries. The wars on Earth space do not translate across the Peace Dome. The Peace Dome is our shield. It is also our prison. So is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? It is time to learn the history of self in a universal context. The GANS itself is a peaceful superconductor of true intentions. The GANS tech shields as a barrier of fields for each of the matter state, plasma state, and universal state. So we need to continue to deliver the plasma science daily via the Peace Dome. That's our shield in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. Welcome to the new golden outer space age. And that's the end of this class, and I really hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. That extra preparation, certainly a beautiful feeding. And we see a heart floating up on the other screen. Let's say thank you. But let's see if any of the participants would like to ask a question, ask for clarification. Gosh, these entities are pretty advanced, as he said, very advanced in the matter state. But I've been hearing a lot of people commenting, again, if the 3I is inhabited, are they occupied, or people are saying, oh, they must be occupied by demons or these fallen angels or the rest of it? What do you have to say on that end? I think I know, but is this going to be a battle in a way? The world leaders seem to want to embrace them for their own selfish reasons, but how about the rest of us, or the religious aspect of this?
The only comment I can make, if that convergence of their field forces and that created that burst of energy, which would have been destructive to us, if they were hostile, I mean, the show would have been over. So we can only conclude that they're not hostile, that preservation was part of their plan. Because the chance of them hiding behind the shield of the sun was so minuscule that it had to have been planned in advance. And it also had to have been practiced. You know that sometimes you do something and that's novel and you make a catastrophic error. Well, you repeat that, but correct the error. You do it slightly differently to overcome, and that error becomes your lesson. They have obviously mastered their lessons because they were extremely precise in their positioning, extremely precise. And it wasn't one, it wasn't just 3I, it was R2 as well. Wow. That's teamwork, I would say.
But is it like the mouse in the hand of the cat, where the cat really doesn't want to destroy the mouse? He wants to sort of play with it for a while. And Mr. Keshe said, even in this last workshop, about we have to understand the technology, that we do not become subordinate. We are equal. And you knowledge seekers understand this. You are equal to those guys inside 3I to dictate the position. But when
Well, as a
being able to manipulate thousands of reactors with their thoughts, these star formations, he said they don't actually move it. Again, I don't want to be subordinated, but Mr. Keshe is saying that we have to understand how this 3I works, that we don't become subordinated. How are you feeling on that?
we have a dilemma. We obviously believe that we are superior to let's just say cows and chickens because we eat them.
Also, Alex, we think this is the center of the universe in a way, don't we?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And that was the rule, wasn't it? You know, it was a life-threatening thing to actually state otherwise.
If you challenge that,
But we're in that same boat right now. The thing is that we have to understand that when the Creator created everything, that everything includes everything, that there are no exceptions to everything. So, you know, when I was looking at ways and means of recovering from serious illnesses, we felt that, you know, we had tried everything until we found something that we hadn't tried. And we were resigned to the fact, well, here we go again, another potential failure. And we said, well, you know, we've tried everything, so the chances of this thing failing would also be there. Well, hello, everything includes everything, and we haven't tried this. And it's part of everything, so don't say we've tried everything. We were missing this. And guess what? Guess what? It worked amazingly well. And I wanted to tell everybody. And then I found out that I was not, shall we say, in the mainstream's best interest. But you know what? It was in my best interest. It was in my family's best interest. And we are part of everything. So our interest and, shall we say, these other entities' interest is all part of everything. So that's where the equality comes in. And that's the way we should look at it. Because if we welcome them, and they will welcome us, and then we join forces and all become free.
and I'm thinking this is a way of, again, the matter state scientists are baffled by this. They haven't wanted to understand it, but is this a way of Mr. Keshe, in a way, putting an object or other objects near them that he's actually shoehorning the scientist into understanding the plasma technology? Because it explains what's happening so well, that unless they move towards the plasma technology, they'll remain baffled.
I wouldn't put it on the foundation. The if you have a solution and that solution doesn't work, you will have that result. But if that solution does work, and even if your understanding of that solution is not truly correct, but it just appears, to, shall we say, be handy in your explanation, you would still proceed with that solution because it's better than what you had. So the rule of thumb is when you find the ability to do something better, then you should do that because that's how you grow. That's how you learn. So you build on it. That's why they call the foundation of a house the foundation. You build on it brick by brick. And you're not just piling bricks or building a wall. You're building an edifice, a building, a structure. So that's how you put things together. And if you're living in denial and you say, well, it's not that I don't know, it's not that I don't understand it, it's that I don't want to accept it. Well, I'm sorry, but when you're given gold and you don't want it, I don't know, you have to, reconsider what your purpose in life is, because once you get your, shall we say, gold ring, and you get there and you say, well, no, I disavow that gold ring. But all your life you've been chasing it, and now you got it. And you say, no, 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 no. Like all researchers, we're not paid to find the answer. We're paid to look for the answer. So please, let's not find the answer because then I'll be out of work. Back to you, Mark.
Karina has put in the chat, they help us to move on, coming every 3,000 years. Does that mean they make a move? If you were playing chess, they make a move in a position every 3,000 years, or maybe they make multiple moves.
Well, you have to understand that we don't have a watch that keeps track of 2,160 years, which is the cycle in man years of the zodiac. But somebody does, and so if they're coming around every 3,000 years, supposedly, okay, we don't really know what that time frame is, although we can see indications of it. Who's to say that they didn't come in between? What we are commemorating is key points. So what happened 3,000 years ago? Well, it was the demise of the pharaohs. What happened 3,000 years before that? Apparently nothing happened because the one of the calendars on this planet only goes back 6,000 years. So, how is it possible that nothing happened before that calendar was there? First of all, how do you know which one was the first year? And just to be ridiculous, how can, dinosaurs and other aging things on this planet going back hundreds of thousands of years even exist when you only have a calendar that goes back 6,000 years? So like the whole knowledge base that we've, come to know and accept is flawed. And, it becomes easy to see, but, who cares and what difference does it make? And, I'm really preoccupied because I have to pay the rent at the end of the month and I need food on the table. And, I didn't get my food stamps this week. So, we are taking care of what's most important to us, and that's what we give our time and attention to. And, floating around for 6,000 years is not something that is within our immediate interest. But when we look at what is the outcome on this planet of this activity, and we see that, wait a second, the quality of life on this planet has deteriorated. How can an educated species like humanity, shall we say, grow in the wrong direction, grow to diminish? Why are we, the quality of life being poorer and poorer as we go along? We know that pollution is a problem. Why do we continue polluting? And why is the pollution that I remember as a teenager less than the pollution today, when all these educated people are governing our social structure? Why are we accomplishing so little? And now we're going to be confronted by a species that appears to be of a higher nature than us? No, they just are, shall we say, a little bit more progressive. So if you look at, let's say, sports teams in Europe, like soccer teams, we may be in the second division and they may be in the premier division, but we all still play soccer and we're all still part of the game. So, don't spit on me because I'm in the second division, because I could get promoted through enhancement, better players, better knowledge, better understanding, better skill set. And guess what? Before you know it, it's like that bully at school, he doesn't mind pounding you in grade 9, but, come around grade 11 and he's now hasn't grown, but you have. And now you're looking down at him and say, oh, you remember that time when you were pounding me in the schoolyard? Back to you, Mark.
No, I was thinking of what Mr. Keshe said, that some people are going to come off the ship and explain what they've seen over the last number of years, and some people are actually going to take a cruise at this point. But he said these 3,000 years is, I thought he said 500 lifetimes of the man. Maybe it was 50 lifetimes of the man. That would equal, let's say 50 times 50 is 2,500. But he said in the dimension of the soul, it's a very short time. I don't know if he said seconds or what he said at that point a few workshops ago. So are they traveling in the dimension of the soul? It wouldn't think they would. They're in a physical craft. But he was saying it would equal to like 50 lifetimes of man's time, but in the dimension of the soul, it's a very short trip. So again, how are they creating this dimension of the soul when they're traveling in the matter state to be such a short time for the soul? Or maybe 3,000 years is only a few seconds in the life of the soul. Again, I'm just trying to open that little Pandora box.
Well, the way I'm looking at it, and it's strictly my opinion, is that that is not the dimension of the soul. They travel faster. I know for a fact that my street vehicle can go 100 kilometers an hour. But if I had a race car, I could go 300 kilometers per hour. I'm still not traveling in the soul. I'm traveling faster. And that's how I see that relationship.
Mm-hmm. But he said that in the dimension of the soul, it's a very short time. So again, I'm not totally clear on that. Anyone else want to ask a question or bring up certain things Mr. Keshe had mentioned? He said their moral compass is far advanced of what humanity has ever had, Alex. I think there were morals mentioned in this transcript. But he said far beyond what man has ever possessed.
Well, the reason, of course, is because we are using the Coulomb barrier on this planet, not as a shield, but as a prison wall. So they're outside of that prison wall. So yeah, I would, on that basis, I would say that they have a higher moral context. But, they are still traveling around in physical craft. They're just using, better vehicles.
So I'll just show you the transcript here. And again, I thought the more perfect we are, the closer we get to traveling in the soul dimension. And there was a question in this workshop, I think you can see it here. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. Do these extraterrestrial people have moral values, Mr. Keshe, more than man has ever had? You got to understand that you haven't seen these people coming. We have technology and shooting off the hip as Americans do. Even the interaction with the sun was done away from the sun, as you just explained, Alex, that it didn't affect the life of the man on Earth. What we saw with the interaction we spoke last couple of weeks. And they have a higher morale than us people. So I thought the closer you get to a better morality, or the thinking, speaking, and acting good, or bringing the soul of physicality closer to the soul of the man, you achieve the transmutation. I'm wondering, they have higher moral values than man has ever had. What is preventing them? They got stuck somehow in this advanced matter state and were satisfied with it or something.
Well, as I said in the previous, about half an hour ago, I suggested that the plasma state is still part of the matter state. So I would suggest that they are traversing in the plasma state, and we are traversing in the physical state, but we're still in the matter state. And so there is a plasma matter state, and there's a plasma field state beyond the matter state. And this has been a point of confusion, at least to me, and this is one of the reasons that I see that the GANSTech shields us as a barrier of fields from each of the matter state, which constitutes the four states of the atomic, nano, GANS, and plasma state. And then the plasma state, which is an interacting field between the matter state and the universal state, and then, of course, the universal state. So on that basis, I believe what Mr. Keshe is implying here is that they are operating on the plasma state and we're operating on the matter state. And, this terminology is very precise. So the plasma matter state is different from, shall we say, the dynamic plasma state.
All right, you're welcome to take the screen back, please.
Okay.
Anyone else have any thoughts or questions or comments? We are looking for interactions.
Well, Mark, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue with this. I'm hoping you're enjoying these sessions, and please remember that it becomes imperative now for you to, shall we say, keep your feet firmly planted on the ground, gravitationally speaking, and help other people, because it's unsettling. And especially when not only have you been brought up in a certain mindset, but when you become adamant in your resistance And all that resistance does is it prevents us from moving ahead. That kind of stubbornness is really not justified based on the results, but it certainly is justified based on the intention of the one who is stubborn, and that is the dilemma. And we should not be suffering due to the fact that some are suffering. They can suffer on their own, but they don't have to suffer. There's no reason to suffer. All they have to do is become aware of the benefits and open up to the possibilities of peace and prosperity, and not do that at the expense of others, but do that at the expense of the Creator, who is giving unconditionally anyway. So, obviously, that is a dilemma for a lot of people. And was a dilemma for me because I wasn't brought up with that kind of thinking, and I wasn't aware that there were people who lived their life with that kind of false ideology and seemed to enjoy it and thrive with it. And it really caused me, shall we say, a delay in terms of my evolution. But, as I came around to understanding the point of view of other people and how their goals and aspirations are different from mine, and then I realized, well, it takes all kinds to make this planet an interesting planet. But what is the common denominator? We are all part of the humanity process. We're all part of that species. And it doesn't make sense when you're, shall we say, touting the benefits of looking after family. We're all part of the humanity family. So what is the difference when a man caresses his child with his hand and then uses that same hand to kill someone else's child? How do you rationalize that? You really can't. So the only way that you can do that is just through denial of the reality. And if that's what you choose, that's fine. But we have to shield ourselves from that type of thinking. So thank you all for letting me continue with this, and we look forward to the next exciting episode.
So what about this idea that they could be our progenitors in a way? We know that everything came from the Creator as well as they did, but they are planting seeds, it seems, in different areas. So are we connected to them, or in a way, did we come out of that sort of? It just seems so far-fetched.
Well, of course, on face value, it does, because it defies everything that we've learned in school, doesn't it?
Everything.
Yeah. So now we all have a dilemma. This is in direct contrast to our education, our individual education. We all have a different education, but nevertheless, we are not educated to the reality of this. And if we're going to be confronted with it, which is what it appears, so in many ways, everything we're talking about is conjecture. But if you look at how it compares to the current understanding of the physical science and the current understanding of the plasma science, the physical science crumbles. It just crumbles. It cannot support itself, and the plasma science continues to thrive in that environment. So what do you do? What do you do? It's like, you've got a horse and buggy, and someone drives by with a car, and you say, well, this car is very efficient, you should try it. And you're saying, nope, I'm not going to go in that car, I'm going to stay in my horse and buggy. And there are people who do that. and that's fine.
Was one of them, Alex. I guess when the trolley cars went out of fashion and they brought in the buses, maybe they were electric, maybe they were. He refused. He stopped working. He would not switch over to a new technology. So then he, continued what he was doing on, I guess, his little farm.
Well, we all know that the plasma cars are coming. So, I still have that boyhood excitement. If I were to see, a fancy car, and it has a, kind of a neat
Yeah.
shape to it, or the new car models as they come out, you still have that excitement, and you say, why am I having this excitement? This is obsolete technology the moment it comes on the market, you know. So it's ingrained based on repetition. And so we need to be have an internal constitution strong enough to overcome that. And we will, because through repetition it's going to happen. When let's say that they're talking about predicting at some time in December that these people will land. And if that does happen, how are you going to react? Are you going to take a brown paper bag and put it over your head and say, I don't want to do that? Or are you going to bury your head in the sand and say, I don't want to, that's not what I want? Or, get a comfy blanket and throw it over your head, out of sight, out of mind? Or are you going to face the reality and say, I have to come to grips with this because I cannot continue tomorrow with the way I'm doing things? I don't know.
What the world structure is going through right now, Alex, in a way.
Well, it's a challenge for everyone.
They realize what's coming in is far superior than what we have on this planet, and how are we going to deal with this? And
Well, let's understand that it's a superior as a technology, not as a race.
Absolutely.
Well, that's important. That's the foundation of the understanding.
As we know, on this planet, the more money you have, the more you're held in esteem in a way. So I think this will happen with them as well, not to the knowledge seekers so much, but to most of humanity. I'm thinking we may have to, in a way, stand in the balance and point out to humanity that this is not a god, this is not magic either, but this is a science which we understand through the plasma technology. And I'm just wondering if there'll be that sort of one side and the other, or the other side will just collapse under its own weight of misunderstanding.
Well, I think the latter is the answer, because we would be foolish to stand at the forefront and say, okay, well, this is what we have to do now. We can just offer, and this is the whole thing. One of the reasons we don't enforce the technology is because we don't want to become just another type of bully. So we can offer, you accept, you don't accept, well, that's up to you. My responsibility is fulfilled. Okay, and that takes me off the hook, because that way they can't come back and say, well, why didn't you tell us? You held it from us. Well, that creates a resentment. So if they are denying our access to that technology, then they are creating the resentment. We are not harboring that resentment, and we're not cultivating it. We are offering that technology, take it or leave it. It's up to you. But if we are offering that technology, then it only behooves us to use that technology, and that we will. We are now producing gold as a commercial enterprise. So,
And not one flake either, or not two flakes. He's mentioning tonnage.
400 tons per year.
Absolutely.
So that's not a coincidence. That's a business plan. That's a predictability. So, that's based on intention, based on design, based on a factory, based on employment. So, the company yesterday in Colorado Springs laid off 30,000 people before Christmas. What are you going to do? You're the landlord in a small town. Most of these people live in your apartment building. We all got laid off. Now what do you do?
Universal basic income is what Mr. Keshe has proposed. I heard Musk mentioning that as well. But maybe that will be an interim phase. I don't know. But he said with these coins and as they're distributed, everyone will have a certain wealth that they can live, not a harsh life.
Well, I think the way the welfare system has progressed, the wealth system will progress the same way through the same means. Um, if you're struggling and your friend is on Pogie and they're succeeding, and you say, well, that's a good alternative, and they'll do that. But what if your friend is prospering? You could say the same thing. Well, my friend is doing that, maybe I'll do that. So, it goes both ways. And
And maybe we'll come to realize that the wealth is within us and not belonging to us. And this is where we all make that sort of mistake.
exactly. Thank you very much, Mark. You're doing a powerful job, and thanks to all the knowledge seekers that make this such an important thing. As I say, please remember where you were at this time, because your grandchildren will ask.
I think he said something about the 613 as well. Remember what I said in the 613, that in the future they'll say he knew something. I think it was about the feeding aspect. So a lot of beautiful things happening. Again, the party is being planned. I don't know if the balloons have gone up yet, but it's getting ready for some major, major events on this planet. As he said, the fun has just begun. But as you said, Alex, it's still so harsh for a few billion people probably on this planet.
Oh, okay, but remember, it's harsh for us as well.
Yes.
Everyone on this planet is going through this anxiety as well. The only difference is we understand that this is the future, and we need to acclimatize ourselves to that future. So, it's just like summer goes to winter, we have to acclimatize ourselves. So, some people love the winter, and some people love the summer. So, we just need to learn to love all the seasons and bring peace and prosperity to this planet. Thank you all. Thanks, Mark.
I did put another question in there. Can we completely stop the excessive louche energy harvesting from others? Again, whether it's our thoughts or our words or our deeds, under present conditions on this planet. We certainly have made some progress in this area. Do you want to say anything about that? Can we completely stop the excessive louche harvesting, energy harvesting from others under present conditions on this planet?
I'd say based on the track record, the answer is a definitive no. So you can't have the same conditions and expect different results.
So that's where the conditions will change in the environment as I see it. This is what Mr. Keshe has been saying for quite a while. We're introducing energies that the universe should have provided that would allow us to be more peaceful. But we have now gotten that ingrained within us, this killing or taking energy from others, and that has to be, in a way, worked out. But as one of the knowledge seekers said, we won't remember in the future that we were that sort of very type of entity or something, that we had that issue or the wrong streak within us. That'll be driven out some way, in some fashion.
Well, I'm not entirely in agreement with that personally, Mark, because I think the way I would look at that, if life is for learning and, you use the mistakes to teach you how to do things properly, the mistake teaches you how not to do something, and then you correct that, and it literally teaches you how to do something. And the thing is, that's in the past, and most of us are conditioned to carry that baggage. We have this self-flagellating attitude. Why was I so stupid in the past? And we carry a woe is me type attitude forward. We don't have to carry that. And so this is how we can change the past. They say, well, you can't change it. Well, yes, you can, because the past is constructed by your interpretation of what happened at the past. And you say, oh, well, when I had that catastrophe, that was a disaster for me, and it was a really hard time in my life. And yes, that is true, but that got you to where you are today. So in that process, it taught you and edified you. So your point of view should be that was actually a good experience. It forced you to go through that. And a lot of people have a trepidation of going through that position because, it's just not going to be pleasant. And I'm thinking, well, if we don't do anything, we're all going to go through a very unpleasant thing. And let's say you were wealthy all your life, and then suddenly someone says, well, you know what? We're going to confiscate all your money and you're going to have to learn how to flip burgers. That would be a shock. And I think this is the alternative. So I think we need to understand what's at stake here. So this is not, fun and games. It is existential crisis, and not just for us. So,
any other thoughts or comments? Just a reminder to everyone that there'll be a monthly testimonial meetings tomorrow, second Monday of every month, in the public Zoom room that the workshops are held in. So feel free to join us, whether you're just there to be there or you have a small or large testimony, doesn't matter. And as Rick says, he likes to say, this is a way you can pay back, in a way, the foundation for sharing some of the knowledge with you. So you're all invited to this public meeting. And I'm sure more and more testimonials will be brought forth. Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts or comments or questions or issues anyone wants to raise? As I said, Mr. Keshe seems to be handling this quite beautifully in the background without a lot of physical or system support from the knowledge seekers, but the energy support is, I think, important. And of course, he's, in a way, using us as guinea pigs, as he's mentioned, paid or unpaid, to actually test and perfect the systems that are to be delivered to humanity. So thank you all for your participation, whether it's been in a workshop or in one of the transmutation sessions. So we continue to try and keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity to allow these developments. As Mr. Keshe said, if we take money from this one or we take money from that one, then they're going to call the tune, and he wants to keep the development completely unencumbered by other influences. So every time you support the store, make a donation, participate in one of the sessions, or even explain the knowledge to others, I think it's all adding to the support of the Keshe Foundation in one way or another. That little explanation that you give to someone may open up that new dimension for them, and they start the same way you did, going on this path of exploration, finding out more about themselves, the creation, and this whole structure that we're in. I don't think we've completely arrived yet, but we're certainly coming to the point of realizing we're part of a much bigger structure. And of course, now we're going to see it actually physically perhaps manifest in time. Again, it's up to the visitors to do that. I don't think we have the power to manifest them, but as he said, some people who've been in some of these sessions, without you knowing, you've been in a way programmed or connected to be open to this interaction. I know Randy put something in the chat, and I had similar thoughts. I put out in Energy Forum that there are 5 acres here that they can land safely and be welcomed by like-minded souls. And of course, Mr. Keshe said, we know these people, and in a way, they've been friends with us on this planet in perhaps different shapes or different manifestations than we're aware of. So again, it's just the knowledge and what Mr. Keshe could reveal is just so amazing. I don't think he's revealed it all. As he said, we don't want to frighten you with this. So step by step, you're being woken in a way, or energized to be able to handle what's about to happen. Again, it may be a progressive, or they just may appear. We'll have to see. Or they only may appear to a select few. At this point, we're just we're all just sort of early comers to this knowledge. Maybe we're a few minutes ahead of the rest, but they'll be on board shortly as well. So thank you all for being here today. I think we can conclude. Alex, is there anything else before I take the screen, play the final disclaimer?
Just remember what our veterans were fighting for, and remember that we don't have to fight anymore.
Agree. As Mr. Keshe said, if you have to fight for something, it's not worth it. But soon peace will be the winner. And again, that's just the next step to get to the next step. But that may take a few years. As he said, some of the developments are still in progress of being developed. But I think what we've seen in the public demonstrations of the production of gas and the production of materials is just, again, beyond man's current scientific understanding. But to the knowledge seekers, it's been taught the whole time. So enjoy your new understanding, continue to explore, and the workshops, as he said, I think we'll be looking at these workshops for quite a long time into the future, because he's hidden much, much in there. And again, the more you come to the realization, I think you start to see the workshops even in a different way. But it's for you to understand for yourself, not so much for anyone else. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for carrying a very small piece of a very large carpet. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's not one anymore, it's all of us. So thank you, and remember the testimonial meeting tomorrow if you can. Grace us with your presence. We would appreciate that. And of course, sharing any sort of small or large testimonial. I'm going to play the final disclaimer. The session will come to an end, and we'll see you all in one of the future sessions of the Keshe Foundation. No other comments? Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.